What's up, everybody? We're live for day 2 from the Tulsa Indoor Classic. Got old Greg Thompson and Chad Shoemate just walking in, getting ready to start the first line here. Looks like the weather is going to cooperate with us today. No matter where you are in the tri-state area, you can probably make it here before we shut down. Move some of these cameras around, show y'all what we got kind of going on here. They have rearranged the targets from yesterday, so if you came out, you can get a fresh set of targets, all new distances as well. Individual payout per day, so we paid out I think our open class winner took home $200 yesterday. Gonna have a lot more attendance today, so if you need some extra pocket money or need to recoup some expenses after the holidays, come pick your bow up. Doesn't matter if you got a hunting bow or a target bow, they got something for you down here. So we're going to get started just here pretty quick. I think you got some people getting signed in still, so we're going to take just a quick break on the air and check right back in. We'll have some commentary for you and everything else. Oh, we got Jeremy getting the instructions done, explaining how this process works. Shooting 3 targets per cone. They're all marked. So you got stations here on the ground. Everybody sees the blue tape these guys are standing in for boxes. It's unknown distance, so you got a little bit of yardage judging to deal with, and that's pretty much it. There's not much wind, and the footing's pretty good. What's up, everybody? We got Range Roberts here from the Oklahoma City Gun Club.
Hey, everyone.
Getting ready to go warm up and shoot his round. I think they got a full line right at 11. He's going to be here all day, so we said, we might as well jump on the podcast.
Yeah.
Range, tell everybody how long you've been shooting archery.
Well, archery in general, I've been shooting since I've been 8 days old, really.
8 days old.
But competitively, about 2 or 3 years, yeah.
Okay. So what about like a target bow versus a hunting bow? You shoot a competition bow?
I shoot a competition bow for the TRX, and for my hunting bow, I shoot a Phase 4, just in general.
There you go.
And it's
33?
Yeah.
There you go.
It's a good one. It's good for hunting. My TRX, though, is pretty well designed for competition specifically. I wouldn't want to take that one and do it like a tree stand or something.
It's a 36 axle, 38? A little bit longer?
38.
There you go.
Yeah.
Smooth drawing, smooth aiming?
Yes.
A little bit more speed out of the short axle bow?
Yeah, I like it.
There you go.
It helps a lot.
It does. You got to have the right equipment for what you're doing.
Yeah.
How'd your deer season treat you this year?
It went pretty well.
Good.
I got a good buck with my rifle, and then I didn't get one with my bow this season, but that's all right. I mean, I filled the freezer.
There you go. Where are you guys hunting out of?
Well, we're hunting up in Pawnee on one of our leases, and see, I hunt in a tree stand. That's the one thing I do.
No ground blinds, no tripods?
Well, with a bow, I mean, I shoot in a tree stand because that's what we have. If I'm shooting rifle, I shoot in our box blind, which is kind of our, like, ground blind, basically.
There you go. It's like everybody's got their first couple arrows down there. Have you shot a lot of archery competitive-wise where you're required to judge yardage, or most of the time you shoot known, or?
I usually shoot known. But I've been to like 1 or 2 tournaments that I've shot well that was unknown.
Okay.
So I feel like this will be a nice experience.
We had a pretty good mix of competition rigs, and we had a lot of hunting rigs. So what'd you decide to bring today?
I decided to bring my competition one. It's better for aiming and such.
There you go. A little bit of magnification in the lens.
Yeah, I use an UltraView sight at 4 times lens too.
Okay, so a little bit of magnification. Do you have to run a clarifier with that?
No.
It's good to have the young eyes that can see good.
Quite. But I recently did get a new sight that's gonna be 5 power, and it's a CBE sight. It's good, but I decided not to switch to it yet because this tournament was only a couple days away, and I just didn't want to have to set up one right before a tournament.
There you go. So talking a little bit about the tournament archery side of things, do you shoot mostly 3D? Do you shoot any kind of indoor or any kind of field, anything like that? Or you like foam? Foam is home.
I really like 3D. That's my kind of thing. Indoor, I've only done one tournament, and it was a pretty long one, and yeah, it's not my thing.
Gotcha.
So I'm much better with 3D like this.
It's a lot of standing around.
Yeah.
A little bit talking.
It was well, it's not really the talking. It was 6 hours, and it was mostly my eyes. I ended up, because I hadn't ate or rested really that day, I only made it about 5.5 hours before I started crashing. Still made it like, I think, 4th.
There you go.
On my first one, but.
So what are you looking forward to now that we're into 2025? What's your spring and summer looking like competition wise?
I mean, every tournament I can go to.
Most weekends, all of them.
Yeah, really.
I know we keep schedule pretty busy there.
Yeah. And I also gotta work on the gun club. Me and my family, we kind of help build the archery down there.
It takes a lot of work maintaining a range where you have, hundreds of people might show up for state. It's like, guys don't see the work that goes in January, February, March, getting it ready for July, because it's a lot better to be out there in the cold than it is in the middle of the heat, trying to cut a lane, brush one in, kind of pick through the copperheads and the ticks and everything else.
Choose which lanes, what lanes you're gonna make. Especially when you're making a new range.
I was gonna say, we got Brad here with us, came all the way down from Minnesota to see this big recruitment event for the ASA. We're gonna have him on here just a little bit, talk about some of the new landscapes they're covering at the gun club. Y'all have all seen the 30 target range from the qualifier from state. This year they've got a whole new 30 target range on the backside. So don't skip these gun club events. You're going to get to see a whole new range. You're going to get to see the old range too. So it's going to be something that, like, you're going to get a whole new experience. You're going to get a different look at some of these targets. Everything else. So we got people that we've had record turnouts this year for the ASA. I mean, we've had more people than have ever participated in any of these events, and we're trying to do everything we can now to make sure that we follow it up next year, because it's not, nobody cares what you did last year. They care what you're doing next year. So it's a labor of love. It's a full-time occupation. It's almost like you're married to it kind of thing. They say we're married to the game. But it is a lot of fun too. You get to see your friends, see your competition, see your family and everything. It's like, man, I used to go to archery tournaments just to, try to shoot my bow and put a good score up. Now it's, more about just going and seeing everybody and hanging out than anything else. Well, tell everybody what you tell them what your equipment is. If you got any sponsors out there, be sure to give them a shout out, give them a tag.
Well, like, obviously Matthews, but I got a bee stinger bar for my front and back, and that helps stabilizes me a lot when I'm shooting.
You know how much weight you're running on it?
I'm not sure the exact weight, but it's 6 or 7 pounds really.
Okay.
On the front and back. You got to find that right weight balance. I got a CBE bar. And, that's probably the best bar that I've had in a while. Obviously, the Ultraview sight, which is great. And, yeah. Boning, which is one of the, bigger sponsors that I have.
How about your arrows? What arrows do you shoot?
My arrows, they're, gold tip.
Gold tip? Running line busters? You running skinny shafts? What are you running?
Oh, line busters for sure.
Line busters?
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, if my bow can shoot them as fast as it can, might as well.
Yeah, I say if you can get them to spine and you can get them to tune. There's nothing wrong with grabbing an extra little bit of line. You see a lot of these guys out here have hunt and arrow. Indoors, it's not so much a factor to cut the wind, but once you get outdoors, those big arrows really do kind of. They might catch a little bit more wind.
Yeah.
Always looking for that perfect balance of forgiveness and diameter.
But once you get to a certain speed with your bow, wind isn't that much of a factor, really.
Speed does cover up a lot of mistakes. You can get you can get away with a lot more.
Yeah.
Mine's going about 253 right now. If you bob, if you don't shoot a strong shot, you're gonna push it out the bottom, push it out the top, something like that. It's like, man, I'm looking forward to putting the 3D bow together and getting just another 10 pounds out. Same bow, same setup, same arrow, just 10 pounds heavier. So
Yeah.
people out there don't realize shooting. Like I say, your class, you're in the young adult
Yeah.
open.
Yes.
Young adult open. So
But-
that's a 40 yard max. That's a red stake.
Yeah.
A lot of arrow variation once you get out past 20.
For sure.
What do you look for when you're putting your bow together? Like, how do you know when it's dialed in? Does it take a little bit of time? Do you?
I mean, usually it doesn't take too much time, but usually it's just whenever it's in a tight group together where I'm aiming, or at least close enough.
Okay. So
You know, there can always be a little bit of variation left or down. It doesn't have to be perfectly exact.
playing with the rest, playing with the stabilizers, just kind of getting familiar with it.
Yeah, especially if you're trying to hit 12s and stuff. It's good to let it drop in there sometimes.
Well, that's the name of the game in 3Ds. You got to hit the 12s. So let's talk just a little bit about course management. So anybody that hasn't shot 3D out there before, you got some close targets, you got some far targets. When you go out on a typical day, are you aiming right at them, trying to gun for them? You trying to lay it up and play it safe? Kind of tell everybody what it is, mental management and course management wise.
Well, like in a tournament, the first 5, I'll just shoot straight for center 10. Kind of keep it kind of safe for the first 5. Once I've hit, center 10, those 5, then I'll start going for 12s, being more aggressive with it.
Okay, I've heard a lot of experienced shooters say the same thing. They go, those first 2 or 3 targets, you just pull up center 10 and make sure the bow's doing what it's supposed to. Then start getting just a little closer to the 12, a little more aggressive. And it does matter if you start first target max distance. You're gonna wanna lay a safe one up there. You're gonna want to make sure the nerves settle down.
Yeah, it's also dependent on how far you're shooting, especially if you're not too sure about your furthest length. If you, let's say I go up there and it's 40 for the 6th shot, I'm not gonna go for a straight 12 there unless I know that I can see it. And then I'll just go for center 10.
So, if anybody hasn't shot with a lens before, can you, at 40 yards, can you see most of them with the 4-power, or do you just kind of know where they are on the target?
At 40, it gets starting to be harder to see them, especially if they're patterned, like some of the ones they are on here. If they're patterned, I'm not able to see them clearly, and you'll just have to guesstimate where they are. But usually, if it's just a normal target, then yeah, I could probably see them.
Okay. Well, here's the real question for 3D. Do you like shooting first at a blank target, or do you like it when a couple of your buddies shoot and you're second or third and you got an arrow to aim off of? What's the mentality behind that? You want a fresh target with nothing in the way, or do you like a little something to aim off of?
Well, that actually is really dependent with the people you're shooting with, all sorts of things. But I'd probably go blank, just me first, on ones that are 20 to 35, and ones that are on 40, I'd rather go second or third. It's always good to have a little aiming, just something on there, just to...
Not too high, not too low.
Yeah.
So what he's talking about, y'all, is these arrows most of them are black, but you've got either a stainless bushing and a fluorescent colored knock on there, and you're shooting a target in the dark. It might be a pig target that's black, and you get a little bit of shade down there. It's like, man, that all kind of runs together. Shoot somebody before you with a big old neon colored knock and a big bushing sitting down there, I got to be 2 inches left of that, or 1 inch underneath that. It gives you just a little bit of point of reference, but at the same time, if it's in there, you ever get some kickouts? You get a hit an arrow and kick it down to an 8 or kick it down to a 5.
Yeah. Whew.
It's like you made the shot and you didn't get rewarded for it. It's got to be the most frustrating thing. I'm always trying to run more point weight in my arrows to decrease the chances of that happening. Maybe a bit. Trying to run just a little bit more point weight if it'll ever help, but you don't really know. You don't really. They're giving us some announcements right now. It says 5-minute break after this first line gets done, and they're gonna start the second one up. Looks like it's gonna be a big crowded day here. Hoping the sun comes out and the weather plays ball with us, but this is something that we deal with every weekend, whether or not we're indoors or outdoors. It's 3D archery is typically out in the elements, but in the middle of wintertime we can do a little indoor game. That's all fine and good. What's your favorite target on a range? Like, which one do you pull up on and you got it in the backyard at home, where the rings are? What are you looking for as a gimme?
Well, I don't have it in my backyard, but the coyote I'm always able to hit a 12 there every time.
Yep. A lot of people struggle with the coyote.
And the Wolverine, that too.
Wolverine, you can bet the Wolverine's going to be pretty close to max distance all the time.
I could bet money on it.
It's the reason for that being, y'all, setting a range takes a lot of time, takes a lot of physical effort. That Wolverine is one of the smaller targets, so you are traditionally going to see a Wolverine, a coyote, a javelina at a little bit further distance, and that some people just don't understand. Why is the smallest target the farthest away? And it's simple, folks. It's heavy. I mean, nobody wants to lug it up, and we're going uphill, downhill, side hill. Tell everybody about the terrain at the gun club. You got a little, you got to look, because all these courses, you got some flat land, you got some stuff on a hill, you got some stuff in the trees, you got some stuff in the open. Tell them what they're going to expect, because we hope, Oklahoma City Gun Club not only has a qualifier, but they are our 2025 ASA State Championship host. So kind of preview that for people. Tell them what they're going to expect. What are they going to see? What kind of shoes do they need to wear?
Okay, well, if you're expecting a lot of flat land, we do not have that. It is not a much of flat land. Other than
the road's flat.
Yeah, the road's flat.
It's easy to get around.
Except for, on one.
Yeah, but the lanes themselves have a little bit of elevation, both up, down, and side hill.
Yeah. You're going to see a lot of dips and a lot of where you think it's closer than it actually is.
It's talking about some of the people that are judging yardage. There's a lot of terrain there that allows you to take the ground away. There's some tight lanes. There's some open lanes. A little bit of everything. Third axis. Got to get your third axis dialed in. If anybody out there hasn't shot 3D and wants to know what we mean by that, drop us a message, send us a text, send us an email, send us a call. Hell, you can send smoke signals. We would love to help you dial your bow in to be as ready as you can be for the state championship. And you've got 22, 23 qualifiers all year to figure it out. There's not a weekend between February and the end of July that we're not doing something behind the bow.
Also, if any of y'all in the Tulsa area and want to come check this out, you can. I mean, it's open. And, you don't have to shoot or anything. You can just come check it out, see it in person,
I was going to say, archery's not much of a spectator sport, but we've got all kinds of raffles and giveaways and a whole expo show outside the doors of this tournament we're at. They've got us our own private hall just for safety purposes. Anytime you're shooting indoor archery, that's always a concern. But we are, it's going to be a full day out here. We've got a packed house so far. Still kind of early. We're hoping people get up, get some late breakfast, early lunch, and come out and see us. What are you looking forward to most in 2025? Is it the competition? You looking for state championship or bust? What are you expecting of yourself coming into the season?
I mean, really, I'm more expecting of myself to try and win the state championship.
Okay.
And also, I enjoy competition. Stuff like that's fun.
Who's in your class? Now, this is the young adult male class. Is 15 to 17 years old. Who are you looking at as some of your competition? It's like, hey, I know that guy shoots pretty good. I see him. I want to get one on him.
Well, honestly, not too sure. There ain't many people in my class. Now, there are a couple that are really good. There was this one guy that came last time, one of my last tournaments, and he was really good. But I don't know his name, and he only showed up for that tournament, so I don't know, much about him. But probably him.
So you got Jackson in there. Maybe I think Jack will shoot up. Isaiah will shoot up.
Yeah, for sure.
There's a lot of different classes that you can see. So you're in the young adult class. You are able, if you want to shoot up, I say we have kids all the time that come out and they beat the grown adults week in and week out. So it's not something that you don't need to be 40 years old, 30 years old. Jack's 14 years old and he beats me out every time we shoot from the same stake. It's like, man, I can't wait for that kid to go pro so I can stop shooting against him. That's just part of it. But
yeah,
we've got a great community of people at the gun club. They started up a youth archery team. Tell them about what a youth archery team is. What do you get out of that? What is what's a protocol? Like if you were going to tell somebody like, hey, the best way to get archery is to find a group of people that do the same thing. What are you looking for in a teammate?
Well, I mean, in sense of like team archery kind of stuff, it's mostly being able to shoot together at events, and in general being able to help each other if we need any help adjusting or anything like arrows and such. And also in general, I mean like jerseys and stuff, that's always good. These things are really breathable. So
got to give the sponsors some love. It's
yeah.
a lot of logos floating around out there.
Yeah.
What would you tell somebody if they've never been to a qualifier? They might have shot 3D before, but never in a tournament. Is it easy to get into? Is it scary? Is it hard?
At first time, it's definitely pretty scary, but it really isn't that bad if you just go in, you pay your fee to shoot, and then you just shoot. You have some fun with it.
You learn while you're doing it.
Yeah.
There you go.
I mean, and there's also places to warm up, of course, but
got to get those warm-up shots in.
For sure.
You ever go in cold, or you like to go in 20, 30 shots in? Like what's a tournament morning routine for you?
Tournament morning, I'll shoot 20, 30, 40, two or three rounds at each one, and if I'm hitting good, then that's where I go with, and I go ahead and go shoot. And that's usually like around 20 arrows.
Okay. Have you ever had a morning where it's like, okay, something's not hitting right, what are we doing?
There was one morning that was kind of off on a 30, but we just, messed with my sight a little bit, and it got fixed.
There you
go. That was fine.
So even if you're not 100% ready the morning of, you can still get there in time. You got a chance to make changes to the bow. You've got practice bags there. You can redial, because you might be hitting at home and you get to the place and it's like, we're a little left, or we're a little right, or we're a little low. So you got a chance to get out there and make sure it's dialed in before the actual competition starts.
Yeah.
I think that's a big thing that people don't necessarily know about. They're like, I just go out and shoot 20 targets for score. It's like, no, you sit around and, drink a little coffee in the morning, shake some hands, say hey to people you haven't seen in a few weeks, and then maybe I'm about 5-6 arrows practice tops. It's cold. It's the middle of the morning. You're not really doing a whole lot, just kind of, enjoying the community and that kind of thing. Pretty easy to do. See all our range officials down here. We are pulling arrows for the competitors. The reason for that's not because we don't want you to see your score up close. It's just so you can't step the distance off. It's a competitive balance thing. So shout out to all the shot guys and all the volunteers and all the staff that are letting everybody. You can see them all kind of standing here on the line.
Yeah.
So you can't count your steps back. You probably count Tim's. Sit there and go 1, 2, 3, 4. But you get a little strategy involved in it. A little bit of not knowing exactly what's going on. First couple arrows, it's like, well, I think that might be 30. I think that might be 35, 32 and a half, something like that. If you're judging yardage, how's that going to change your approach to a 20 target range? Are you going to shoot conservative on the foam? If you don't know the number, you're going to gun right at them. Mentally, like what? Tell somebody that's never judged yardage before what they can expect.
With judging yardage, it can be incredibly difficult whenever there's something in between. And like, let's say that IBEC. Mm-hmm. Yeah, IBEC in the back. That one is quite the hard target, even if you're looking at it with binoculars. But I can't tell how much that yardage is. I'd have to be up there and sway and get all the right hook-ins. Mm-hmm. And whenever you're looking at it, you're going to think it's pretty far, right? And let's say you do choose the right yardage. I'd still shoot center 10 or something on that. I wouldn't gun straight for the 12 in case I hit lower.
Yeah.
Center 10 is good because, if you're a little high, you're going to stay at 10. If you're a little low, you might hit a 12.
You shoot mostly lowers? You call a lot of uppers?
I don't really call a lot of uppers. It's really dependent on putting it on there and hitting it. I feel like lowers are better because there's always the chance that you could just get one.
I also shoot mostly lowers. It's just it's closer to behind the shoulder on a hunting scenario. It just feels a little more natural.
I feel it can be easier to shoot the lower as well. More where you can actually see it.
The only time an upper is really appealing for me is when the targets are obviously 3D, so the upper might catch a little bit more sun if you get like some sunshine on one of those rings and you can really see it. Do you ever get enticed to shoot at one, or is it like I know where the lower is, I'm comfortable aiming that way?
There have been a couple times where I've been enticed to shoot an upper and I've done it and I've hit it.
Hit it and walk away and get back, get away from them.
Yeah.
It's like playing with fire.
Because sometimes the lower is shadowed, but the upper has light right on it.
Mm-hmm.
So, you always just go for that.
You catch a little bit more light on them. Sometimes it's just if you got 3 guys in your group and they can all shoot a little bit, you might be a little crowded in the lower, and the upper might be just a safer bet for you. For me, it's a little high. It's if you're a deer hunting individual, it's what you'd call no man's land. A little shoulder blade, a little bit above the lung and below the spine. Not really where you want to put an arrow. So for me, I get kind of nervous up there shooting at uppers. I feel like I'm blowing it out the top, but sometimes I'll dial it with just a little bit of extra yardage and aim center and hope to catch the edge of it. That's a strategy for people like me that might not necessarily want to shoot right at the 12. There's a little strategy, and let's aim at the center and dial a yard hot or slow.
Yeah.
You can figure about every yard you dial is going to give you an inch on a fast bow. So 37-yard target, you want to dial it for 38 and shoot at the upper, just aim center and let the arrow rise, let the arrow fall. That's a pretty good strategy for a lot of people that know how fast their bow is. You can aim in the middle and tell yourself, okay, I'm not too low, I'm not too high, and just basically let the manipulation of the sight tape dictate where you're hitting. So you're not going to hit behind the pin, but you're going to aim center 10 and let it fall.
Yeah.
Most of these, if you all can see, these uppers and lowers are on a diagonal. Traditionally for the ASA, these are a little different targets here, but traditionally for the ASA, the lower is towards the rear of the animal, the upper is towards the head of the animal. So when you come out for an ASA, that's the way the 12 rings are situated. I think I shot a whole first tournament before I realized they were diagonal. I thought they were just high and low. I didn't realize there was a slant to them. So once you figure that out, it's you can kind of see them. You can see them through the binos. Sometimes you can see them through the scope.
Yeah.
So what's the biggest takeaway from 3D archery to make you a better bow hunter? Like, that's everybody's wanting to shoot all summer so they can get ready for October, November in the tree stand. Like, how does it translate to shooting under pressure to just knowing your equipment? What's the biggest takeaway you can tell people?
Take your time to aim, for sure. A lot of people, when they're bow hunting, can not aim long enough and end up, hitting the deer in the wrong spot. So if you treat it like 3D archery, you have to take time to aim, and that can usually help a lot.
Picking a small spot. You're not just aiming at the whole lung, you're aiming at a single hair. And on these wild creeks, you can see a lot of single hairs. They got a lot of detail on them. Sometimes that's good for picking a spot. Sometimes it's not so good for hiding the rings. You never know. It's kind of, you got to take what the target gives you. Much like in the woods, you never know where that deer's going to, you hope, you got a lane to the left, you got a lane to the right. Sometimes they're just not going to cooperate. You're going to have to shoot through a little bit of, maybe a limb hanging, maybe a leaf, maybe wait for him to get in a lane.
Yeah.
All focused on shot timing and composure behind the bow. A lot of people that bow hunt and they've shot in their backyard and they can wad them up at 20, 30, 40 yards. You put them in a tree and that deer walks in, it's all of a sudden everything feels different. How do you think that 3D archery helps your nerves? How's shooting under pressure,
Well, you think about it, whenever you pull back to get ready and aim, you just calm and you're focused on that, and everything else kind of just drifts away from you in the moment.
Okay. Interesting. It's letting habit take over.
Yeah.
Letting muscle memory and just kind of trying to relax through the shot. It's a high. I mean, it's a high pressure situation when you're taking a shot at a live animal. And I think one of the best ways that you can simulate that is to go out there and say, well, we got 19 targets down and we're tied. All the money's on this last arrow. I think conquering the nerves behind the bow is something that 3D can prepare you for. I mean, maybe not so much as like a fun shoot, but when you're really shooting for money, shooting under competition, something that might just kind of be in the back of your mind. Some people don't notice it at all. I wish I was one of them. You put a little bit of money on the line, or make it seem like you got to make this shot. All of a sudden, you start second guessing your form, second guessing your execution.
Yeah, it's a lot more rough and serious than just a fun shoot.
Doesn't mean you can't come out to all the fun shoots you want to.
Yep,
I mean,
you always can.
Plenty of time.
Nothing wrong with it. We had some people fun shooting before all the actual shooters got up. Speaking of which, I'm going to be up there on the next round, so watch for me.
Hey, what's up, buddy? How are you, man? Where's Kiddo at? Oh, yeah. Brought a ringer, did you?
Brought a donator.
It don't matter. Hey, Rob, how you doing, man?
Hello,
Oh,
Rob.
you know, hanging out. Just in the middle of it. It's going to be a good day. Weather's going to warm up.
Okay.
What's up, guys? Checking in from Meeker, Oklahoma with Greg Thompson. What's up, dude?
We're actually checking in from Tulsa because I drove out here.
Yeah, Greg crawled all the way out of the tree stand after harvesting a nice mature whitetail buck yesterday. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Would you like to be back in the woods today? Or are you happy braving the weather and being indoors?
No, season's over.
Season's over?
Yeah, I had a good time yesterday. Pretty much struggled it out all season, but I put a good one down yesterday, so I'm happy.
Yeah, well, tell us the hunting story real quick. That's the biggest thing you got to remember about shooting tournament archery. All you got to do is show up and tell deer killing stories.
So yeah, I'm gonna name this deer Trevor, pastor at Life Church Shawnee. Trevor Williams.
Shout out to Trevor.
Shout out to Trevor Williams. I was pretty much done with my season. I wasn't gonna hunt anymore, and I texted him and I said, "Hey, you need some venison in the freezer?" He said, "Yeah." So he gave me a reason to go out and hunt. I was gonna go smoke an old doe, and because we're always trying to harvest does on the property, trying to get the herd equal. And I had one walk up that I was gonna arrow, and this buck walked in behind her, so I had a perfect opportunity.
You already had your bow in your hand, and you were ready to be at full draw, and he steps out.
I had the bow and the release in my hand, and he turned quarter away shot, dropped it 100 yards. Couldn't ask for a better hunt. Didn't have to track him. He didn't bleed a lot, but I watched him crash. So
there you go. How far a shot were we talking here?
20 yards.
Chip shot.
All my setups are within 20 yards. There's no question there.
Greg practices at distance. He's usually 60, 70, 80 yards. And when it comes time for the moment of truth, he still sets it up for 20-yard chip shot.
Yeah.
Tell him about what bow, what equipment are you running this year? What's up, Travis?
I've got 2 Matthews titles. We got one for indoor that's lower poundage, and then I've got one for 3D that's about 66 pounds. Running Victory VTAC 25s, 120 out front. I got these from old Nick O'Neill here. And let's see.
Hey, I charged him extra because I did get all the misses out of each one of those arrows. Guaranteed, they have missed every ring that they're going to miss. Once I've got them tuned and dialed in, I can pass them along to the next archer.
Oh, I thought we just traded.
Yeah,
I appreciate the misses are out of. Maybe they'll be all 12s this year. And then of course Carter releases. I love them. I'm using a knock to it, which is the knock-on edition of the Wise Choice, and I'm using a Wise Choice. So probably stick with the Wise Choice this year for 3D.
I was gonna say shout out to our boy John Dudley. He's still waiting to get him on the Oklahoma Archery podcast. I know he's a busy guy with his schedule, but we're gonna keep bugging him. We're gonna keep bugging to get him on here.
I'll tell you what, when I go to TAC, and then I'll try to get old Tim Gregg over here. We'll start bugging him to get on the podcast. I'm sure he'll call in. Yeah, dude, he'll call in.
I'm gonna start answering his calls. He's been blowing me up.
Has he really?
Shout out to John Dudley. John does a lot in archery, not only from setting up and being involved with some of these big tournament big fun shoot operations, but also working on people's shot. I mean, let's go through the rigmarole of how to do archery. Like, is it a mindset thing? Is it a physical thing? Is it a little bit of both? Like, what is it for you? Like, what's your shot process?
It's changed over the years. It's kind of like this. I subscribe to a lot of people's different kind of shot process methods, and I pick the things that work the best for me. So, yes, pulling through the shot, that's definitely a John Dudley thing. Setting up for the shot, I use that. And even, I bought Ace Coleman's little clinic, and it taught me how to drop into my anchor without, injuring my shoulders. And I watch videos by Chris B, George Riles, and whatever approach I can take to make my shot process better, that's how it is. But I'll tell you, Neil and I have talked a lot. Your foundation is probably your first and most important step that you're going to take when you're shooting a bow, standing up, not sitting in a deer blind. But if you're doing a target shot, your foundation, your feet, feet below the shoulders, and standing very sturdy. That's a lot of the shot process right there. Just getting set up.
Yep. I was working with Robert Rankin out of Texas. That's RC Archery. Great guy. I've been shooting archery for 30 years, and we're still working on where to put my feet. and your feet's going to change the way your hips and your core are engaged. It's going to change your draw length. It's going to change how the bow aims and everything else. So you can be doing this for decades and still learn something, about your shot. Like, tell people about, like, there's a million different ways to do it. How do you settle into your shot? Like, how do you know when something's working and when it's not?
I'm still learning. I used to shoot with a little bit shorter draw length, and I started shooting with a longer one. Now my pin's more steady. I've discovered if my pin's bouncing up and down like a basketball, I probably need to either pull my draw length out a little bit for whatever particular bow I'm shooting, or twist my D-loop up until it stops bouncing, and I get a good balance. And then I try to send.
So you're raising and lowering the knocking point.
Yes, raising and lowering the knocking point. And I try to just set up my bow as quick as possible, get it shooting good. That way I can shoot it instead of tuning.
Tinker with it forever, kind of like Neil does.
Lock it down and leave it alone.
I say this winter's been an act of self-discovery. Changing the draw length, changing the peep sight height, messing with the loop, up and down the string, back and forth as far as length goes. You can make a full-time job out of it.
Yeah, I mean, last spring I changed where I was anchoring because I looked I had a mirror beside me when I was shooting out in my shop, and I discovered that the arrow was not on the proper spot in my face, so I had to change my anchor point. And think about how that changed. It's like learning how to shoot a bow all over again, because you've anchored in a certain point for 3 years, and all of a sudden you're anchoring in a proper spot, and just not knowing where you're anchoring because you don't see yourself in a picture, you don't see yourself in a mirror.
Yep. A lot of people contort their body, their form, their face, and their shoulders to make that peep sight line up, and you might not have it in the right spot. So are you doing yourself a disservice by setting up a bow how you think it is, or do you got to have somebody like kind of take a second look at it, second opinion, have somebody look at your form and be like, I think you're peeking for it, or I think you're ducking your head into it?
I think self-awareness is a good thing, and I think being around other people who can kind of give you some criticism is, I mean, this isn't just archery, this is all things, but kind of going back to the footwork thing, footwork is essential in every single sport, every single discipline that we do. I mean, boxing, football, whatever it is, tennis, archery, it all starts with your feet. Having a great foundation, even weightlifting. How do you build a strong house? You put a big strong foundation underneath it. It's all about having that foundation. If your feet are too close together, your pin's probably going to bounce up and down because you're not standing like a tower. You don't have a lot of support out there to the sides. If you're too wide, same thing happens. So it's all, but yeah, going back to how, having people around you to be able to critique your form is always pretty crucial, because nobody's perfect, and it's like a golf swing. If one thing gets good, the other thing can kind of go.
It takes a lot. It's a constant evolution of what your shot looks like, what your form looks like. You could be doing it. I mean, and granted, to say that to people out there, clarify, your form doesn't have to be 100% perfect. If you execute with consistency, the bow is going to perform. But it might be the difference in you being mediocre to really, really good is just changing that peep sight to where you can anchor a little comfortable. Like, you can pull through the shot. Like, never be scared to take 2 steps back and reevaluate. Biggest thing.
100%.
Biggest thing to focus on. We're all getting better one day at a time, except for me. I'm just getting worse and further down the drain. But we find a way to make it fun. Find a way to keep it busy. So, like I try to stress to people that archery is a community. Greg is absolutely the best person at a tournament to see, because he's going to make you go talk to him. He's going to make you introduce yourself to somebody else. And it's like, hey, if I can't hang out with you all day, I'll say, hey, this is Greg, and he shoots from your stake, and y'all are going to be together for the next 4 hours, and you're going to have a good time whether or not you shoot your bow good. So kind of a thing. It's like, you don't have to be 100% dialed in to come out here and give it a try. First timers are treated just as good as we possibly can. We're going to answer as many of your questions, and you're probably going to get to shoot with somebody that has done it a time or two. So just to, learn by osmosis kind of thing. Just be around people that have done it, and all of a sudden you act like you've been there.
I'll say this, there's that's definitely true. And being able to connect with people, being able to shoot with other people who have different perspectives, and then you can learn stuff from people. We always say a bad day at archery is better than a good day at work. I mean, that's how I feel about it. But I'll tell you, my first 3D competition I shot with Steve Wingo. Shout out to Steve. And he helped me through everything. And then we became friends, and he taught me a lot of stuff about shooting a bow as a competitor as opposed to just being a hunter. And, but I think being able to stay in touch with all these guys when I'm not shooting, that's probably one of the best parts of it. I mean, I love shooting my bow, but the friendship and the fellowship, and honestly,
10
minutes and we're going to do round two.
what Neil's done with innovating how competitive archery is going in Oklahoma, and all the stakeholders there, just taking their part and doing great things. This sport's blowing up out here in this state.
Sorry, somebody's asking me if I was going to get to shoot. It's like, I don't know if I'm going to get to shoot my bow or not yet. Maybe I get 20 arrows down range. We'll see. It's going to be a long, interesting day. Are you shooting this next line here?
I'm going to shoot later, I guess. Is this the last line?
No, they just got done with the first one. They're going to start the second one in about 10 minutes. I think they said they want it to get as full as they can before they start it, but we don't want to have a line out the door. So kind of trying to circulate the people as best we can.
Now here's something crazy that I overheard. So somebody over there was talking. They said there's more people in this room than there are in the rest of this building right now. So
it's always good to be the prettiest girl at the dance. That's all I'm going to say. It's always good to be dancing with the prom queen. I think this is a great event that they put together, and shout out to the guys that shot doing this short notice. It wasn't something they had a lot of time to prepare for, but when you got a trailer with 80 targets and an indoor venue that wants to work with you, man, we can really make some cool stuff happen. I think we've got great support from the Cox Convention Center wanting us to come back and do it next year, and I've found the people that were running it and said, hey, y'all don't know this because you're probably younger than me, but we used to host indoor nationals here, hoping that if it doesn't work out in Chicago, shout out to Bruce Cole, somebody tag him in this. We want the indoor nationals, NFAA indoor nationals, back in Tulsa. It was great when it was here. It's centrally located and there's not nearly the snow. Talked to the coordinators and the event center promoters, and they were all for it. So we'll try to get one of them to sit down with us a little bit later in the day. But somebody that's Facebook friends with Bruce on Facebook, tag him in this and let him know that Tulsa is open to hosting it again. We got a lot of good clubs and shops up around the 918 area code that would, do everything they can to roll out the red carpet if the NFAA ever wants to come back here. It was fun. We used to crawl around this convention center in the early 90s while all the vendors and everybody was here. It was a great place. It's got accommodations to fit thousands of archers. You got hotels and everything else and parking right down here. So get on back to Tulsa. Let's go, Bruce. Come on. Where's my NFAA people at? Greg, I know there's a lot of archery styles that you shoot. Do you like foam? Do you like indoor? Do you like field? Like what is the best drive to shoot ratio for Greg Thompson?
The more arrows, the better. I don't know. Well, I say that. I love field archery because there's a lot of arrows and there's a lot of time behind the bow, and there's a lot of time spent with friends, meeting new friends or hanging out with old friends, just whoever you get grouped up with. But I think, sometimes if I get worn out on indoor, there's another season coming around. So I think it's probably, for me, the flavor of the week. If I'm shooting a lot of 3D, I like 3D. If I'm shooting a lot of indoor, I love indoor. Right now, I'm loving indoor and 3D and not shooting as much as I want, but I'm definitely ready to hit some ASA foam this year.
Well, you're going to have a chance to do it. There's about 22 qualifiers on the books. you could come any direction, any direction in the state on any weekend, and you could probably find an archery tournament. So we do everything we can to enable these clubs to host events, and we appreciate our clubs. We couldn't have the season that we're looking at without them. So if anybody out there hasn't checked us out, go to the ASA Facebook page. You can see the schedule there. You can have my contact info, get a hold of me, and really, I mean, anybody with the logo on them, we got hats and shirts and decals and everything else, and they want to answer your questions. If you've never shot tournament archery before, you are who we're after. It's something that keeps you sharp for hunting season year round, and it's also something that allows you to make some new friends. Like, shout out again Steve Wingo. He's taking people that just getting into it and say, hey, come over, I'll tie your peep in, or I'll tie you a D-loop on, or build you a set of strings back in the day. He's done a lot to get people that are interested, further down the target archery rabbit hole, so to speak. It's just we recognize that it is hard to get into tournament archery. Sometimes you need some extra gear. It's a rangefinder, binos. Usually if you deer hunt, you got everything you need. You just need to remember to bring it. So, don't feel like you have to go out and buy a bunch of stuff. There's classes for pin shooters. We've got the bow hunter 45 class. That was a huge class. Did you ever think about going to the hunter 45, or did you like the long bars and lenses pretty good?
I like struggling with the long bars and lenses and trying to figure out how to strike a balance there.
Yeah, it's if you can see them and you can see it shaking at you, well, that's just more fun to me.
I mean, you see what's hanging off my chest right now. I need a magnifier now. I'm wearing a pair of reading glasses, which I never thought I would ever buy, but I never saw myself as being a 40-something-year-old man either. So.
Greg's the one with the big beard that makes him look semi-Amish from time to time. He'll have to tune his bow if he grows it out, so it'll probably be short if the bow's shooting good. If the bow's not shooting good, he's probably going to grow the beard out and retune it, because you get a little bit different, face pressure, face contact?
Yeah, it's just too much work, though. I mean, I get a lot of face pressure on it, and then I would have my bow ripping beard hairs out and all that stuff, and then having to trim it to where it looks weird so it doesn't put a lot of pressure on the string. But I don't know. If you have a lot of hold weight, it probably doesn't affect it too much at all.
You just got a little vertical patch going down the right side of it. Anchor point, baby. All anchor point. Looks like we got just a few minutes left until they start the next line. We're going to hit mute, stretch our legs for a second. Y'all don't go away. We'll be right back. All right, we're back with the second line. Got the talon in here. This is something like that. There we go. We're all crammed in here in the corner. Yeah, crammed behind the table, kind of looking around. Got Drake Johnson here. Shot 3DX, helper pro staff extraordinaire. What's it like following these guys around all summer? You get tired of it?
Yeah, it gets real hot really fast, especially when you go up to Hugo. And thank God we're done up there because that was never again.
Never again.
Nope.
I heard some feedback from Brian Thomas, guy that set that course. He goes, "Oh yeah, we'll beat you up a little bit."
Oh yeah, it was kind of a legal torture, I think, is what it is.
I'll say real quick, let's take a second while we're doing the second line and give them the 2025 shot 3D experience schedule. We got about 8 hours to kill on live air, so we're just going to read it off to you.
All unpaid too.
Arrowhead State Park, March 2nd and 3rd. That's Eufaula, Oklahoma. Muddy Bottom ATV Park in Louisiana, March 22nd, 23rd. Flint Oak Hunting Lodge, Fall River, Kansas, April 26th and 27th. Mulberry Mountain Lodge, Ozark, Arkansas, May 17th and 18th. Post Oak Lodge and Retreat in Tulsa, that's the season finale, 3-day event, June 6th through 8th. I can confirm the Oklahoma events will have an ASA qualifier at them. I'm pretty sure the other 3 states will as well. We're still waiting on some clarification and scheduling on that. So there's a pretty good chance you can try a shot event and go try an ASA while you're at it. You can be introduced to all kinds of, maybe it's a fun shoot, maybe it's tournament archery, anything you're wanting. We can get you, a little closer to where you want to be at these events. Drake, I know you shoot a lot of target archery. When you go shoot shot, do you take your hunting bow? Do you take skinny arrow setup? What's the best for long distance?
I just take my hunting bow. I don't want to. Target arrows are too expensive to go busting at 100 yards. I mean, the only time I would do it if I go to Redding or one of those outlaw shoots. And other than that, I just probably bring my hunting bow.
Yeah, I say it does work just a little bit better sometimes with a arrow that you don't. If you're fine shooting it through a deer, you're fine shooting it at a 90-yard target through some trees.
I don't feel like lugging all that ounces up there either on those bars.
See, that's what I do every time, and it's like I gotta quit trying to make a hybrid tournament bow, and I just really need to settle in and shoot this with a hunting bow. Probably a regular, either 204 or 206 diameter arrow, something like that, with a little bit of speed to it. You always want to have some clearance if you can on, low-hanging branches, shooting through just a little bit of shrapnel. Nothing too crazy. It's not like a tack event where there's not much chance you can hit an arrow in the target. This is more of we're going to test you as far as distance. We're going to test you as far as can you check your bubble on the side of a hill, that kind of thing. So this is definitely a family community event. Like, you got people out here, you got little kids that'll go on some of the easier trails, and they're staggered, and it's marked pretty well where one of these is going to be 80 and 90 yards, and one of them is going to be 40 to 60 yards and 50 to 75 yards. So it really doesn't matter where you're at in your archery journey. It doesn't matter what your skill level is. There's definitely something that you can, maybe you got a new bow and you go shoot the 40 to 60 yard range, considered a shot just a little bit closer, or you might do a little better than you expected, and you want to go out there the next time and stretch out the distance a little bit. Or if you go out there and you think, hey, I still need to work on the bow, these events are so good because they have constantly bow shops that are local there. They're bringing their presses, they're bringing their draw boards, they're bringing their arrow saws. So if you're not 100% ready, you can go and get dialed up right there at the event. It's not something like you have to be 100% ready to go. You can show up, and there's a whole bunch of shops that'll, hey, let's put a twist in that yoke, or let's fix your peep side, or something like that. So you got a whole bunch of opportunities to not only better yourself behind the bow, but you can also make the bow shoot a little bit better.
Every shot event I've gone to, I've never been 100% ready. I've been about 80% ready to wing the rest of it.
Most of the time you bring your arrows home, though, right?
Yep, most of them. If I run out of room on the sight tape, I use my bubble.
That's what it's down there for. So And, these are events that you might not ever expect to take an animal at 80 yards, but if you go to them and you prepare for them, you're going to know what your bow is capable of doing at 70, 80, 90 yards. And that's, I've bow hunted quite a few years, and I've never had the chance to harvest an animal that far. But if it ever came down to it, I've at least got some experience doing it. It's not I think he's at 78. Let's see what that'll look like.
Must feel like Josh Bowmar shooting an ostrich at 140, then go
yeah.
right ahead. But
Well, if you're Josh Bowmar and you can get arrow clearance off your scope that far, more power to you, bud. If you practice that far and you can wad them up in a pie plate, I think you're more than qualified to do it. But shooting in your backyard at a pie plate at 80 yards is not a live animal moving. So this gives you guys a chance that, hey, you might not want to try that on a live animal, but we're going to give you the opportunity to test that theory. We're going to let them find out. Got all our guys going down there to pull arrows for you. We're right in the middle of our second line. We got more people, looks like more people flowing in the door there. So
definitely a lot busier today than it was yesterday.
Yeah, the weather definitely hurt us a little bit yesterday, but that's archery. That's part of it. It's usually an outside sport, so on days like this, we're blessed to be able to be inside, climate controlled, no ice on the ground, no wind, no rain coming down. So we'll see. It's gonna be a lot bigger turnout today than it was yesterday, I think. Like I said, somebody came in here earlier, Greg, and just said there's more people in this room now than there is the entire trade show, and it kind of it goes to show that people want to see archery. Like, they'll peek their head in their door out here. If anybody out there hears this, come on in and talk to a few of these people. We got representatives here from different clubs, different organizations. You've got some manufacturers here. There's people that are connected in the archery industry, and no one's trying to sell you anything. They've got all kinds of raffle tickets and giveaways and prizes and anything you want to throw money at. But really, we just want you to come out and shoot your bow. Like that, it's what it all comes down to. We'll worry about what arrows you're shooting later, and we'll worry about, selling you a new sight or a set of strings. And if you don't need to buy anything, they're giving stuff away here all day long. I mean, there's more giveaway tables than I could point a camera at right now. All you got to do is come out and be here, be a part of it. There's Jeremy right there on camera. That's one of our shot owners and kind of facilitators of this giant traveling circus that they've built over the past couple of years. Huge shout out to Jeremy and Tim and Brian for letting the Oklahoma ASA be a part of that. We're more than happy to commingle and rub elbows and stuff like that. I think it's going to be something that we get to go showcase what the ASA is about in front of people. Have you thought about what class you're going to shoot this year? Back in K50?
Maybe. I don't know. I was talking to Travis earlier. The more I see him tear stuff up with his short bars, I might switch it up and cut my bars off and go short bars. You never know.
Run the back bar off the front and get a short one for the back.
Yep.
That's kind of how we do it. Throw that 15-inch on the front. Not for ASA, obviously. It's got to be 12 or under. But, yeah, you can take a 15-inch back bar, put it on the front, and run a 10 off the back, and that's your hunting rig right there. So people say, what length of stabilizers do you buy? It's like, well, 30 or 27 out the front, 12 or 15 on the back, and then when it comes time to hunting season, 15 on the front and 12 on the back. So it's not competition legal for the ASA. They do have a 12-inch max stabilizer rule for our short bar classes, but when it comes time to spending money, it's nice to know you can do something and shoot at tournament archery-wise as a back bar, and then when it's time for October, you just switch them around, and you've got everything you need. That's worth its weight in gold, knowing that's like you already have everything you need. You just got to switch it around a little bit. And, stabilizers aren't cheap, but once you get them dialed in, it's something that's going to make your bow hold better. It's going to make your bow aim better, and it's going to make it execute better.
K50 was fun. I want something more of a challenge, no lens, something. It was fun, but it got kind of boring after about the 6th or 7th event.
Yeah, we had a lot of new people in K50 this year. Traditionally, it's been more of a semi-pro class where you don't see nearly the turnout. This year, we had a lot of guys move up into it, so we had some new blood in the class. You always have Haskell talking about new blood in archery. So you got some guys coming out that's like, hey, I think I want to take a poke at 50, and that doesn't mean that all the targets are at 50 yards. You might have some down in the 30s. You might even have a few down in the 20s, but it is a little bit longer course, a little bit maybe shoot it a little conservatively, or you just go out there and aim for the bleachers. Swing for the bleachers on all 20, and whatever happens, happens.
Hold the gas down to see the checkered flag is pretty much some people in that class.
Yep, you got to have a good day, because you go to the Pro-Ams, they're shooting 20, 24 up both days. Got to be 48 up on the weekend to sniff the podium.
And 9 times out of 10 they don't have to aim at them. The arrow's too scared. It's going to miss. They're going to break it anyways. It just goes in the 12 for them.
Yep, that's that's part of it, man. I've had some pretty good kickouts last year, running 120 in the nose and bumped it up to 140, and they weren't nearly as ugly. So front of center, point weight does a lot, cuts the wind, keeps the kickouts to a minimum. Not necessarily something that you have to run if you don't have the poundage or the draw length to push it. But if you do, if you're going to shoot 70 pounds and 29, 30, 31 inches, you can put some real zip on an arrow with 200 grains in the nose of it.
Especially if you run the Smith Brothers points, you'll probably blow through the other arrow before it glances out.
I say shout out to Smith Brothers. They are a company that makes, I believe, push rods, pistons, push rods, something automotive.
Something for engines.
They're archery fanatics, and when they're not doing their car business, they're making customized, hardened archery points, and for various different arrow diameters and various different point weight configurations. Those are absolutely some fantastic people to do business with. I've shot rebar in the leg of 3D targets and barely even could tell that point had impacted anything. Whereas traditionally a regular archery point, if you hit rebar in a leg, it's going to run probably the point and the end of your arrow at the same time. Like it's a lot of force moving pretty quick. So shout out to Smith Brothers. Love to hear from them. Love to get them on the podcast at any time.
I ran one into concrete the other day. I hate to admit it. And the point was fine. The arrow was blowing up.
What happened on that one?
It's a very hot release. Shooting it. Put it this way, the guillotine style of shooting them hinges.
Yep. Are you traditionally more of a hinge guy than a button, or you like the button?
I always went back and forth for a while. Mainly for indoor, I would try and shoot button, but I could never get totally comfortable. And I tried shooting hinges, but then again, it was more of a comfortability thing. I couldn't figure what was going on, so I figured I would try out the brain guillotine way. And if you have never seen that, go check it out. It's pretty interesting. But that way, I can
give him a rundown of what's his system like. Just a brief overview.
So he shoots a hinge release, but traditionally you would either rotate or pull some way to make that hook rotate on that move. Mm-hmm. But for me, I was never able to comfortably get it to rotate. But the way he shoots it is, he shoots them real hot, and he'll keep his thumb on the peg the whole way through. And he's done either one of two ways. So he'll either sit there and pull and relax that thumb so it'll kind of rotate a little bit, or one of the more classic ways he's done it is he'll do the same thing, but then he takes that pinky, wraps it around on a pinky, on a fourth finger, and puts some pressure on that pinky and takes pressure off the thumb, and then it goes.
There you go.
So that's the way I've started to do it, but if you guys ever want to try it, be careful. It is very, very hot.
You get that pinky involved, and that hinge goes off a lot quicker.
Yeah, but I've done it just because you may run the risk of breaking an arrow, but to me, I can pull harder, get the bow to settle down a little better, and have stronger shots.
Mm-hmm. Is that something that traditionally are you pushing into the bow, or are you more static, or are you actually trying to bend the axles and rip that thing apart?
My bow arm is pretty static. I'm not doing no pushing, nothing. I'm not trying to rip it apart, but I'm keeping it enough to where the dot will settle down and I won't come off the back wall at all. So I wouldn't say I'm too static enough, but I'm not super aggressive trying to rip the bow in two pieces.
There you go. Everybody's got just a little bit different kind of push and pull to it, and a lot of it depends on how heavy your bow is. Like, I like to load mine up to where it's a little shaky, but it deadens out when the arrow goes. So I sacrifice aiming based on the weight, but I'm really liking what's happening after the arrow leaves. That's kind of some of it's forgiveness of the bow, some of it's just the arrow agreeing with the tune. Other times it's just like, man, it's just too heavy to move out of the ring once that goes. If I can get it there and make it go, it's going to stay there. It's not going to get real jumpy. Some people have a different theory to it. Like, you listen to Bodie Turner talk about having a light bow. It's always coming back to center. might run 4 ounces on the front and 8 on the back. I'm like, that is the ultimate flex. You see guys out here running 34 on the back and 28 on the front. It's like that bow weighs 13 pounds. You know, just having to hold it up for 20 shots on a 3D course. And you got Bodie over here, never running a bunch of point weight, just coming back to center. Like that is.
But it also all depends on your shot style too. Like, you know, some guys that run heavy bows, they may have a way more aggressive, you know, shot style, and the bow they're shooting may not want to be pulled real hard into with lightweight. So it all depends on, you know, how your shot is, how the bow reacts to that pressure beam. So what may work for Bodie may not work for you, and if it may even be broad water and run nothing on that front bar. But then again, there's no right or wrong answer. It all depends on what you guys like to run and how you want to shoot that bow.
Yesterday. Might. I don't squeeze them off. Here, I'll let you sit here. I'm gonna run the camera. Let you and Drake do some talking. Hop in there and tell everybody who you are and what you like about 3D. I'm gonna run that camera.
I'm Travis, and I just like 3D. How's that?
Yeah. Tell them what you're shooting this year.
Oh, I really haven't decided. I'm shooting a Darton, but I'm debating on what class. I'm debating senior bow hunter or K45 senior, so it just depends on what my eyes let me see better.
Yeah. Have you always preferred one class or the other? Or kind of gone
Yeah,
back and forth?
I've always shot the K45 and enjoyed it. A good group of guys that shoot in that class I have fun shooting with. But I tried senior pins the year before last and shot pretty good in it, only because I could see what I was looking at better. I got tired of fighting with lenses and clarifiers and verifiers.
Yeah, that's kind of weird. Some people, it's sometimes more of a headache than anything.
Yeah, it is. I'm boiling it down to, I guess the older I get, the more simple I want to make it.
Yep.
And plus, it's one of those things that I kind of get ready for hunting season anyway.
So with your setups, have you always, is there kind of, run us through your setup that you're trying to, that you're bouncing between right now?
Right now, actually, if I shoot here after a while, I'm going to shoot my bow hunter setup, which is, I'm shooting a cable rest. I'm shooting a Darton Sequel 31. I'm actually just shooting a 2-pin since it's just 30-yard max here. So I'm kind of treating it like a hunting day.
Yep.
And seeing if I can see good in here with pins, if it kind of makes me give you an idea if I want to shoot pins this year going into 3D for ASA.
That's a heck of a group right there.
Oh, yeah. So with your Darton, do you prefer the 31 over the longer one?
Oh, I don't. I've got a departure that I've been shooting indoor, and I really like it. But I've got it set up for open class in it because I can see pins and just pin easy there, not worry about any weather elements or anything indoor, and it shoots pretty good. So I'm debating on whether to. It seems like years past on bow hunter class on pins I've shot a shorter axle like 33, pretty good. I kind of like that range.
Haven't been there yet.
So if you do end up going with the bow hunter class, are you going to try and shoot, you know, a longer axle, or are you going to stick with the shorter one?
Oh, I've got a 33 coming. I'll probably stick with a 33. It seems like the older I get, you know, I think that I like the little less let off on it. Kind of lets me relax a little bit.
Grab lunch sometime.
Of course, you got that. If you relax too much, it's going to go. But,
Do me a favor.
yeah, he'll jump on me, but I'm kind of just gearing everything towards.
And you're a director, Buckle.
I don't know, hunting.
Because I want it.
Yeah, that's
Because the older I get, I've got a new son-in-law, and I've got some grandkids that are going to be coming up, so I'm kind of gearing something different.
Punching that out to some of the members so they can see.
More like stump shooting, if you go out just picking something to shoot out, cow patties out my pasture or whatever. That's kind of fun to do.
do you prefer
Call me.
any type of release style, like button or
Yeah, I actually, I know, I'm shooting right now indoor. I keep going back to a release called the Wayland's Hooker release. You ever heard of that release?
No, sir, I haven't.
It came out about 2008. It is you shoot it like a hinge, but it's not a hinge. It's a true hook back tension. It's got a solid hook on it, and you rotate it off. And I'm running a 2-finger. Now, if I'm shooting a little less let off, I go to my thumb button, which is a knock to it right now. I'm kind of interested in trying some of the B3s just because they've kind of caught my eyes, but I just haven't got a hold of one yet. But I just keep going back to that Whalen's hooker release.
Broke, don't fix it.
If it ain't
Pretty
broke,
much.
don't fix it. No.
If it works, it works. But those B3s, they have made some big changes this year, especially with the way their sear systems are.
Yeah.
From years past, it was a few years ago they had it, just set screw on top and the bottom and move it that way. Whereas this year they changed it up a little bit to how you adjust that release. But then again, the new hook is. I shot that for a while. It's pretty good release.
It's pretty good.
If you like thumb bugs, but
Now, can you shoot the Exit Pro as a 2-finger?
you can shoot almost any of them as 2-finger.
Yeah.
I'm not too sure. I know like some of them you can take that 3rd finger off.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering, if you can shoot the Exit Pro that way.
I don't think you can take the 3rd finger off. I might be wrong. I haven't looked at them, but from the one that I saw last year, it was solid.
I think the reason I asked that because I've shot the 2-finger hooker all these years at that knock to it. I shoot like a 2-finger too, but it just feels good on that middle finger when I pull on it. So
Yeah.
But no, the B3s have got my attention this year. And since I'm thinking about sticking with senior pins, I kind of like that exact sight too.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they've definitely made some. I think B3 is definitely underrated this year in terms of their equipment.
Yeah.
You don't see them a whole lot out there on social media, like you do some of these other brands like Excel and True Ball. But
Yeah.
if you definitely pay attention to them, they definitely have some good equipment that I think a lot of people are going to be running this year for 3D, and
Yeah.
maybe even indoor.
They're really getting more popular around here. I know that.
Especially with a lot of these, big names going to them, and especially like Darton and stuff. That people, start to realize, well, hey, these are pretty good equipment. Maybe I should try it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Tell them about the Archery Tech Center. What all they have going for archery up there?
Oh, the Archery Tech Center. Oh man.
Enid, Oklahoma.
Yeah, Brian. I tell you what, he's one of a kind, man. He's definitely gung ho about getting kids started in archery, and it doesn't matter what they bring in. That's what I like. I'm of course, the older I get, I'm kind of gearing. I love working with kids. I like making kids think. If they miss, it's not that big a deal. Try it again.
Yeah.
And there's times I'll be shooting with kids. I don't want to say this, but I will deliberately miss one just to make them feel better, just so they'll keep shooting.
Yeah.
But anyway, Brian, he's I don't know. He has got really gung ho, and I know Neil's been wanting to help him down there at Enid get things going. And as long as someone's got a fire burning, let's keep that fire going.
Those kids are the next generation.
Yeah, they are, but I just don't want. I don't want the kids to get discouraged if I don't want to make them thinking that they have to shoot that X every time.
Yeah, or shoot. Amazing
Right.
score every time they touch a bow.
Right.
But most of it's all about just going out, having fun.
Mm-hmm.
There's really no.
And then along with that, what Brian's doing, he's got the Department of Wildlife coming in that's teaching all the kids how to, field dress deer, field dress animals. A lot of fishing stuff that they're doing. They put on fries for kids on special events when they have stuff going on, and it's a pretty good community thing. And the thing about Votech is we've got so many options with the room we have over there to put on shoots, and I don't know. It's pretty exciting to see that something's coming back in the Enid area since we lost our range and our shop. Man, it's been probably 3 or 4 years, Neil.
Yeah,
At least that.
Yes.
got a lot of people trying to do archery over there. It's takes a lot to keep them going.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one thing I like. It's good to see is how much archery can come back, especially here with what Neil's been doing. And
Yes,
these
it
guys
is.
here with Shot 3DX have been doing, where
It
it's
is.
starting to grow again.
And the key to that is communication.
Oh, yeah.
Communication and just involvement and just showing you care, trying to help here and there is pretty, goes a long ways.
And all it takes is conversation with somebody, friendly with somebody.
Mm-hmm.
Like out where I shoot, it's Tulsa archery range. When I first joined, there weren't very many people. Now it's grown exponentially.
Yeah, and that's a nice range too.
Yeah.
It's good to see some new ones coming on this year. Pawnee's new this year, aren't they?
Pawnee's new. Yep. The third one out of the gate.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing to that one.
Plan on attending all the 3D shoots this year that have come out?
Well, that's just it. When you're a farmer, you gotta, if something pops up, you've got to go tend to it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try. That's what I told Neil. That's about the best I can do is trying to make them. I want to.
Yeah. But life happens sometimes, and you can't make
Sure,
them.
sure. It's like Neil says, everybody has jobs, and archery cannot be an expensive hobby. It depends on how much you want to put into it,
Exactly.
and you don't have to have the expensive stuff to be good either.
I've seen many people with older equipment,
Yep.
spank people with brand new, So it's
Yep.
not about how expensive it's about how good you can shoot.
I love seeing everybody set up. What's working for them.
Oh yeah. And the thing with archery is there's so many people willing to answer questions. If there's something wrong
Yeah.
with your setup that you don't totally understand, what to do or how to fix it, you can ask almost anybody. Well,
Yep,
sit
there
down,
is.
brainstorm some ideas.
Yeah, there's a lot of knowledge out there still that needs to be learned from a lot of these guys that's been around. Guys like Steve Wingo and Rick Gilly and guys you with down at Enid, Old Kent Chesser.
They have a wealth of knowledge if they're willing to share anything.
Yeah.
Just gotta ask.
If you throw Wingo, Scott Shields and Rick Archer and Chesser, all them guys together, I think you could learn for weeks upon them guys.
It's a master class on what to do and sometimes what not to do.
Yeah, but when you're not talking about archery, I guarantee you're going to be laughing your head off
Yeah.
most of the time with them guys. Have you shot this one yet?
I shot it yesterday. I didn't shoot the jackpot. I like shot for fun, but
Yeah.
it's definitely they changed it up last night.
I wonder if they changed the course up from yesterday. Changed it up.
The turkey was over there and a little closer. Now it's all the way in the back, and you can't see nothing on it.
Yeah.
Unless you have binoculars, there's no way you're seeing anything. But I shot it for fun yesterday. It was pretty good, especially with these Wild Creek targets they have out there.
Yeah. Which class you shoot?
Right now I just shot the bow hunter
Bow hunter.
for this one. I have last year for ASA I shot an 050, but I may switch it up this year. Like Travis Keith, I've seen him, go out and shoot, amazing scores with his setup with the short bars and all that. So I may, end up ripping my long bars off.
What's he shooting? What class?
Last year he shot, I believe it was
Bow
145, or it was either pins. It was either one of those two.
Yeah.
But then he's, shot some monster scores on indoor. Like
Yeah.
At the Tulsa shoot this year, for the New Year's, I think he only dropped about 4 points with an indoor, and that was going to be against guys with, lenses, bars, and everything. So
Yeah.
seeing that, it kind of inspired me. Maybe I want to rip my bars off. Take my
Yeah.
lens out.
I get it. Sometimes mass weight just on the bow helps versus all that stabilized weight. And
Yeah.
I know the older I get, I can't hold all that weight like I used to. That's just how it is.
There's been times where I've, shot shorter bars on there, and it's held better than those longer
Yeah.
bars, and so it's.
Yeah, I knew Travis is a pretty good shooter. I can't make the Okie shoots on Vegas shoots, but I kind of watch it every now and then when Neil's on, and he seems to shoot good every time.
He can throw it down, especially.
Yeah.
I remember when he first shot out in Tulsa, I was out there. It was like, cause he didn't have the bow he had now. He had an older PNC.
Mm-hmm.
He was still throwing out monster scores every Tuesday. It was like, man, this guy.
Yeah. And guys like that to shoot the pins like that, if you throw unknown in there, that blows my mind when they can do the yardstick right without a rangefinder.
And even here, he's been shooting some pretty good scores.
Yeah. Max is 30 here, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
On this shot.
But even then, you got
33?
33.
Yeah.
Tomato.
It ain't 35.
Yeah.
But even then, it's still hard to judge because there's nothing on the ground to look at. Sure, you just gotta kind of look at it, grab a number, and stick with it.
Yep. I get it.
Because outdoor judging, you may have a rock on there, you may have a log or something.
Yeah.
Okay, I know that log is that far, so I can kind of figure it out if the target's past there. But here, it's just weird looking carpet.
Well, it'd be good if we all could have our own ranges at home. You can just eyeball it by shooting them so much, but that's just too expensive.
Yep.
Unless you have certain targets. I know certain targets I had at the house that I shot all the time, and I knew what it was because I shot that target all the time.
The hardest part with judging is just the practice. You gotta be at it every day. I tried judging 2 years ago, and I liked it, but it was just so mentally exhausting trying to.
Yeah. That's just amazing watching McCarthy and Morgan and all them guys just go for it on every one and just shoot that far up all that time on unknown.
In my opinion, they're better than probably 85% of the guys in the non-pro class. And yes and no. You still got to put it in the middle. Oh, yeah.
I mean, it seems like them known classes, to me, there's more pressure because you know the yardage, and if you miss, I mean, it's over.
Because they're shooting, 12, 14s almost every single target.
Yep.
It's still super impressive, though, seeing Levi and Dan pretty much get within the same exact yards as the rangefinders. But then again, the non-pro has its own.
Are you selling these?
Oh yeah. Oh, you can.
That's not fun.
You can have.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
All right, bro.
They sent us a jersey for our state giveaway. They gave away a full custom jersey. So it's up there pretty quick.
Full drawn, dude?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they make good stuff.
Great people. Great people. But I got to go talk to him at Coleman. Oh, we're happy to help. Let us know what we can do.
I'm all twisted.
Do you prefer one brand of strings over the other? Or?
Strings?
Yeah.
Oh, yes and no. I've had a good friend make mine, and he kind of he stopped a little bit, which I understand. He always made my strings for me.
Yeah.
But here lately, I've been getting threads. Yeah, threads. I've had pretty good luck with them. Sometimes I get vapor trail. I kind of look for specials. I guess whatever works. If I can get it to shoot down the middle, it works for me. I just want my knock to fit good on the serving.
Yeah. Which luckily a lot of these companies you can request.
Right.
Certain size.
And threads, you can do that. I know Vapor Trail, I've called them. And any string maker, I say, this is the knock I'm using, and they get it pretty well spot on.
Name the faces. I've seen you running around.
Yeah, threads are good. I ran them for a while. There's no complaints with them.
Yeah, then there's some local guys. I like to try and support some of the local guys. Chain Till, Twisted X, and I know some other guys that's going to be starting up some strings making, and probably have to try some of them.
Have you heard of these unbound strings that these guys use for shot?
The what?
These unbound strings that these guys use.
No,
for
I haven't.
So apparently they found them last year. Can't remember where he's based out of, but I know a lot of people in the shop use them, and they've been pretty happy with them.
What's the name of them?
Unbound.
Unbound.
Yep.
I know Neil shoots Summits.
Yep.
Oh, great. Summit bowstrings.
Yep, Summit bowstrings.
Named it after my old law firm.
I think Neil shot every string manufacturer this side of the Mississippi.
Yeah.
Neil's good at making friends.
He's got 8 bows with 8 different sets of strings on it.
Well, nothing wrong with that.
Only 5.
They're simple.
Pretty much all the time. Pretty much.
Got everything that you need.
You tend to run a lot of weight on your bows, or pretty lightweight compared to some.
As far as what as far as on stabilizers, no, I don't. I just can't hold it up like I used to.
Yeah.
I'm probably running I probably got just 2 ounces up front on my hunting bow. And if on my hunting bow, with my quivalizer on the back, I shoot a 2-piece. I like my quiver on the bow, so there's enough weight with all that on there.
You shoot any specific brand of arrows? You just kind of.
Yeah, I'm shooting Black Eagle now. Neil kind of got me going on them since I'm shooting a darting, so I figured I better shoot Black Eagle since I'm shooting darting now.
You know which arrows you're shooting?
Here I'm experimenting with some 005s, some of the old Renegades, the 204 series, because like I said, I'm treating this like a hunt deal. I want to see how they do.
Yep.
Shorter yardage like this, easy to run your pins all together.
Yeah.
Yeah, ain't much shake in that.
Yeah.
I think that'd be about where I want it to go.
Yeah, but I think I'm pushing. I think I'm pushing a 430 grain arrow, and I might be at 275.
Really?
Yeah.
That's pretty quick out of 31.
Yeah. Well, 28.5 inch. I'm pulling about 66 pounds.
How'd you do this time around?
The only reason I did that is because my sight tape was around 270. So I set my arrows up to where my sight tape was on my sight. So I didn't have to change side. I haven't had time to get outside and practice anything. So it's been too cold.
Now we're on camera.
Yeah. I don't think they want to see my ugly mug.
They're just waiting for the next line to start.
10 minutes?
About 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Third line of the day, rolling them through.
It's definitely a lot more than it was yesterday.
Yeah, I got online a little while and watched a little bit, and then I walked in. There was a lot more people here.
Probably because all that weather and nobody wanted to get out anyway.
Well, it's weekend too.
Oh yeah.
A lot of people probably working on Friday. But yeah, weather too. I was debating on coming today yet or not. I mean, I told Neil, I said, I still got to chop ice for my cows yet.
You can always be done here and go buy yourself a boat out there.
I don't want a boat.
Break out another 1,000.
If I'm going to spend money, I'm going to spend it on archery.
Yeah, that fishing and that golf really do get in the way of a good hobby.
Yes, because that's the bad thing about it. My other hobby is golfing. If I'm not going to do archery, it's going to be golfing.
How long have you golfed for?
Oh. I've been doing it since I've been in high school, and I've been out of high school for over 30 years, so that ought to tell you.
Tell them all we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Sort of.
I think we're gonna take a break until this next line starts, and then we'll be right back.
There we go. All right.
For the buckle fund, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Doing all right?
Ready when you are.
Okay.
All right.
Hey, you guys. I hope you're having a great day. We're here at the SHOT Experience here at the Tulsa Boat Show, and I wanted to tell you guys about the first giveaway we're going to do for the year for the Buckle Fund is we have all these prize packages from Boning, Rack Jack, Primos, Key Southern Spies, Gold Tip Arrows, and so this whole package we're going to be raffling off. If you're here at the expo, you can buy tickets for $5 a ticket, or you can get 5 for 20. Or you guys, when you come to the first qualifier, which will be Trospers, you can purchase raffle tickets, and then on Sunday, when we're completely done and they're doing the awards, we will be giving this package away. So somebody's going to win all of this. You've got tripod, bipod, you've got the rack jack system for your deer, for your turkey, you've got seasonings, you've got the fletching jig, it'll fletch any angle, any fletching. You've got hats, t-shirts. Gold Tip is a dozen Velocity Pro shaft arrows with all the components, and a bee stinger offset bracket of your choice. And then, you know, there's some more hats and t-shirts. So you guys make sure and get with Neil or anybody that you can get your raffle ticket. And if you're not here, like I said, the very first qualifier at Trospers, get you some raffle tickets. We'll be giving it away on Sunday. Y'all have a blessed day.
So we've had some pretty decent shots today, from what I've seen and just on the cams. And I'm glad everyone's here, because I mean this is a fun thing. If you're interested with stuff like this, you can go to any real bow shop. I recommend Choctaw Archery. And you got all the different places that you can go.
Tons of them, dude. All
Yeah.
around the 918. Tulsa Tackling Outdoors, or Martin Tackling Outdoors. You got the Arrow Shop in Dewey. You got Ty Bows over in Wagner. All kinds of ranges as well. You got Tulsa Archery. We're not far from Pawnee Bow Range. Really, it's a lot of good places you can go get your archery game sorted out.
Right now we're on the third round. Yeah, third round.
Third line.
Third line, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Of people that are shooting. Some of them shot in the first and second, and some of the people in the second haven't shot, like me included. I'll probably wait till the fourth or fifth to shoot again. We're gonna be here all day, so might as well.
Hanging out, beating the weather.
Yep. And well, let's see what they shoot this time. I mean, I'm hoping some people get some good scores, but I mean, I want to get a high score too. Oof. Sorry, I pressed the wrong button. All right, so right now they're going up the score, and we're gonna see what the scores are. For everyone that's currently shooting, I hope they're shooting good and getting some good scores. We really need them. The classes, from what I know, they're pretty filled up. Got a good amount of people today and yesterday. So, I feel like this weekend's gonna go good.
What's up, everybody? We're back here. We're just getting ready to start the 4th or 5th go through here. People are still trickling in, so hurry up and get here while you can. They got plenty of line times left. They're doing it basically trickle start. But we got Aaron and Mary Roberts here. They are from the Oklahoma City Gun Club. They are your hosts for the 2025 ASA State Championship. So we wanted to come kind of preview a little bit of what we're going to have going on at the gun club. How are y'all doing?
Good. We're doing good. We're doing good.
Yeah.
It's actually turned out to be a pretty good day. You know, a lot of people are coming in. The snow is melted, and so it's a fun day to come shoot indoor.
Prize payout's going to be really good because there's been a lot of people here today.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's been been a little bit of issue on the weather. We're trying to do what we can, but it's indoor 3D, so you don't have too much to worry about.
That's right.
Tell everybody, back in the day, how did y'all get into 3D shooting or tournament archery? What was your introduction to it?
You want to tell it?
Yeah, I can tell it. So actually, Mary shot a deer, and as we were driving it home, we ran into actually Jimmy Gould from the Deermans, and he asked us if we had ever shot 3D, and we never had. And we went home and looked at all the stuff on Google and things like that, and our very first tournament was the Sooner State Games, and we shot that, and we were hooked after that. We shot for about 8 years, I guess, and then we had a surprise baby, and we just needed to take a break and raise him for a while, and then just recently we got back in it.
So you get a few years off with a newborn, but by about 3, 4, 5 years old, they probably ought to be shooting. I know we had Range on earlier. Said he'd been shooting since he was about 8 days old. And if y'all know Aaron and Mary, they're either in the woods hunting, or they're putting on a show, or they're hosting a tournament. So you can believe they get the kids a pretty good start.
Oh, yeah, that's no doubt about it. I don't know if you guys know those little cartel bows that they used to sell in Lancaster. You could put them on the table for decoration. So when Range was a year old and I was still competing, he'd just carry that little bow around. We had him some little tiny arrows made, and they'd just bounce off the foam, but he'd just be trucking along, and he's been shooting ever since.
So this year, the Gun Club now has a youth team that you all have started up. Tell everybody, is that for members only?
Yes, it's members only. It's youth of members only.
Yeah, it just kind of puts them in we have so many Gun Club members, and a lot of them come out and they're really interested and they're getting their kids into it, and so we're kind of putting them together. They can belong to other clubs also, but with this team, just kind of because they're always together out there, they can practice together and then go on the shoots. It's really exciting, especially for some kids that aren't really fully involved in other archery, so they're not really a part of sponsors or other teams and stuff. This just gives them something to really be proud of and gets them out there shooting more. And so we have a really good team. There's some great kids.
And then also, like the Oklahoma City Gun Club youth team, the youth there can be members of other teams. We're not in competition with those other teams or anything like that. It's just if they're a club member, and say they're a member of Choctaw Archery or Okie Lands team or something like that, they can be that. It's just that we want to make sure that we share their accomplishments on the Oklahoma City Gun Club paper called the Primer.
Yeah.
And so that's what we do.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of mentorship, a little bit of travel companions, a little bit of tech tuning with the bow. I know you guys have got a lot of. We see a whole bunch of kids come from the gun club, and they'll start out the year with like an intro bow or a beginner's bow, and by the end of it, they're decked out in full tournament gear with all the scopes and bars and new arrows and new releases and everything. So y'all don't see all the work that goes in behind mentoring these kids, because it's hard enough when they grow all the time trying to keep their draw length in the right module, the right, get their peep height adjusted. So it's a constantly moving target trying to get these young archers equipped with the right stuff, and telling them about, hey, there's indoor in the winter, and in the summer we shoot 3D, and there's different kinds of different styles. So it's just another way to help people make archery more accessible.
Yeah, definitely. And especially since a lot of schools, there's some that offer the archery programs, which are a little bit different than 3D archery and stuff, but there's a lot of schools that now don't offer it. And so this gives them, they're not just coming out to the gun club and standing there while their dad is competing or their mom is competing or shooting. They actually have where they can be a part of something. So it's really a lot of fun. I think it's
I've always been for me, my passion is over even shooting has always been how many people can I get into archery. I always just loved grabbing that person who's never shot before and helping them and getting them a start, and then watching them over the years grow into people who are shooting, full-blown tournaments and stuff. So.
Yeah, no, it's a great thing. So actually, if you guys are watching this podcast and say you're somebody, I know a lot of us already shoot, but if you're somebody that's just interested in it and you have no idea, you're watching, man, I wish I could be a part of that. Any tournament that we have, any club shoots, anywhere in the state of Oklahoma, just come out. Just come out. The archery community is awesome people. They're very nice and welcoming. You don't have to compete. You can shoot a fun round, or you can just walk and just watch and learn. And I guarantee you will not regret it, because every person that we have ever talked about and introduced them to it that have come out, they are either shooting it the next weekend or a few weekends after, or we have people that just come and watch because they like it. So we welcome anybody and everybody.
Talking about fun shoots for a second and club shoots, one of the best things about last year's ASA schedule was the gun club. We run out of weekends for the schedule. We fill the weekends up pretty quick. They had a couple of during the week fun rounds that the gun club had scheduled prior to people leaving for a pro-am. So you go to a pro-am, you might leave on, I don't remember, was it Tuesday or Wednesday night? Y'all
I think we did Wednesday night, but then I think
we decided to do the Thursday before.
Yeah, it's either I think it was Tuesday. We switched it to Tuesday.
We either switched from it used to be Thursday, and we moved it back to either Tuesday or Wednesday.
Yeah, because people traveling and stuff like that.
So it just gives you another opportunity to come centrally located, just 20-30 minutes north of the Oklahoma City Metro, and get you another practice round, not for a qualifier, but just a tune-up round, a fun round before you leave to go on the big pro-am, because it's a big drive. You might start driving on Wednesday, you might start driving all day Thursday, 10-12 hours away. Look on the schedule for some pop-up dates. The gun club, are y'all planning on doing that again this year?
Yes,
yeah, we're going to do it again. Okay. We're also going to have we're going to have some club at the request from the actual Oklahoma City Gun Club. We're going to be having some club shoots on the weekends, specifically open to the public, and really just for practice, and also for people who want to for new people to come out where there's not as much stress and stuff.
Yeah.
That'd be good.
So, yeah.
It fits in the schedule because we just don't have as many weekends. We've got so many new clubs popping up, and everybody wants a 1 or 2 qualifier dates. It's like, well, we don't need to split the pot, but Tuesday night, Wednesday night, stuff like that, when you really need to get another practice round in before you go drive to a big national level competition, that's something that the club might not get as much recognition as they need on that because it's not a qualifier, but that's what's preparing people to go travel and compete. I mean, you go Sunday, you travel a couple days, you get there, you might not be feeling your best, you're dehydrated, you've been in the truck for a day and a half. Like, this is another opportunity to get your bow dialed, make sure your marks are good, get there, and if you got a new clarifier, you got a new peep sight, or you need to go re-dial your bow in. Just another opportunity. I thought
or just to work out your nerves.
That's what's nice about doing those Tuesday shoots right before the pro-am, is because the Oklahoma City Gun Club, we have bag targets from 20 to 60 yards where they can come and if they've got a clarifier issue or a scope issue, they can come and work. It's just a fun shoot, so they can come and work that out, and then they can go and shoot 20 targets, and then feel comfortable and confident that they can go to they can go ahead and go to the pro-am, and then of course when they're at the pro-am they'll use the warm-up bags and the practice targets and stuff like that at pro-am. So
it really is a really all options kind of practice, I guess you would say, because we offer all of those for you to kind of work out whatever you need to. So look for them on the schedule, and like I said, they'll usually be right before every pro-am, and so we'd love to see you guys. It's
an extra 6 days a year you can shoot your bow. You don't have anything to miss there. You gotta take every opportunity to be ready. So y'all are what we would consider 3D lifers. You've seen 3D archery through the years. What's the biggest change you've seen? Like, how's it evolved to you all?
I would say, like back when we used to shoot, oh, it was like pretty amazing to see how big archery was in Oklahoma. I was really impressed, and meeting people from other states, we were really like a lot bigger than a lot of them. And I think I had like 30 women in
Yeah.
the women's 30 class, and so coming into now that we've been out a few years, I know COVID had a lot to do with it. It kind of shut down a lot of things, but it was way smaller, probably a fourth of what it was.
yeah,
and so
definitely.
over the last couple of years, just people
But
being
just
able to
in
get
the
back.
last year
Yeah.
of Neil and us and all these these people who have a passion to make it grow, it's probably since the first year we got back, which is not last year but the year before we got back into it. It's I would say probably doubled
Oh,
in
yeah.
the amount of people that shot
It is
for
easy.
last year. We broke records on shoots last year.
Yeah, it's
Another thing that was different for me was all the classes being known. If
Yes.
you remember back when we shot back then, all the classes were unknown.
Yeah.
And you might have someone who did a half known, half unknown.
Mhm.
But there were real known classes
Yeah.
until
there really wasn't.
and
then
which I really like. I enjoy it.
Yeah, I think it welcomes more people into it, but I kind of would like to see a little bit more classes in the unknown. I think it's challenging, it's fun, and so they've got a couple of unknowns. If they had a few more, I think that'd give some options for some people. But yeah, definitely it's doubled. Neil has really turned this around with walking and talking with people, promoting it, and then us, and then I think everybody is like, yeah, we can do this as a team and as a family, have really gotten more people into it, and so it's nice to see it growing back at such a rapid pace.
I'll tell you another thing about 3D archery is that my two older boys and range, they really had no interest in like football and baseball and stuff like that because we were a hunting family. And so what 3D archery gave them was a place to compete, and they could do it as an individual. They could make friends. What I really like about 3D archery is that kid that's he's not going to be a football star. He's not going to be a baseball star. He can be a archery star. He can literally step up. All he has to do is practice, 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 get a good mentor. And it's just a great sport for youth to come out and find a place for them.
Yeah, and then there's so many options. It's not like you come out and you have everyone shooting the same distance, the same bows, the same speed. They can find where they fit and are comfortable in it. So it's nice.
Why don't you explain classes? Isn't it? Where does it start? Eagle.
No, it starts at Junior Eagle, and that's what 6 to 8.
I think 6 to 8.
Yeah,
9
and
to
then
11.
9 to 11 is Eagle, and then 10 to 12 is youth, and then you've got 12 to 4. No, I guess it's
15 to 17.
Yeah, 15 to 17 is the young adults, and then we have our adult classes, and then in those you have.
So they're not going to be shooting against adults and
Yeah.
people. There's going to be a class for them where they're not shooting against. Where they're shooting against kids of their own age. We have pins classes, and then we have the classes where they shoot all the really big rigs.
But they're like Junior Eagle is what, 15 yards?
15 or 20 max.
So yeah, and then it goes up to 20 and 25. None of the all the way up to youth is 30 yards and under. And then once you get into the young adult, that's 40 yards. But it really keeps it in a really safe distance for them where they're not overwhelmed.
You want to set them up to succeed. You want to,
Yes.
even if it seems like it's close for the really young ones, you really want to see them stack those arrows in there. You want it to be don't make it. You want to be challenged. Don't want to make it so challenging that they don't have fun.
Right, exactly.
Want them to enjoy it. Want them to come back.
Well, that's the key for sure. And they always do. The kids are always laughing and having a good time with all the other kids and stuff.
What about this? We talk about the ASA state championships. What's going to be different this year? One difference is this year we're actually going to have 2 ranges of 30 targets, so we won't be as backed up and stuff like that. I think we're also going to be open 3 days instead of 2 days. So Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, you'll be available to shoot any one of those days.
Yeah, that'll free it up because there's other state championships in other states, and then also some people that just, because of work or stuff, that they'll be able to squeeze in maybe that Friday one. And then also to clarify with the 230 ranges that we're going to do, we're going to have the 40 and under, like all the kids and up to women, and the seniors up to 40 will be on one range, and then the 40 and up will be on the other one. And I know that'll streamline it a little bit better for different classes and stuff like that.
Yeah. It's always in the heat of July. You don't want to leave them out there too long. So not only will we have a second 30 target range, but we're going to have an additional day.
Yes.
So that's gonna cut down on the time you're out there spent, and we're gonna have it set up to where we've got vendors. We're gonna have some food available, and we encourage you, if you want to shoot Friday, stick around all weekend.
Yeah,
Come shoot a fun round on Saturday. Come hang out. We're gonna have a long dot challenge set up and all kinds of other stuff.
Yeah.
So like I say, it's going to flow. I mean, I couldn't have done state any better in 2024, but as fast as the organization's growing, we're trying to get out ahead of it and kind of make these changes now. That's like, it couldn't have been much better, but if we could, let's space them out a little bit, or let's 2 ranges instead of 1. And I know the opening it up Friday makes it a 3-day event, but that also allows you to hit other states, neighboring states, state championships if they are the same weekend. We don't want to monopolize the dates that we have, and all of them have to be done in July. You lose the 4th holiday, so it's like, oh gosh, you got so many states putting on championships in 3 weekends. It's like, you don't want to get stuck on the holiday weekend. I think we've got a local qualifier scheduled for that weekend, so it's like, how do you fit everybody in 3 weeks? And I said, if the gun club's willing to do it, we're going to have Friday, Saturday, Sunday. You only have to shoot one 30 target round, so it's a 1-day state championship. You can shoot any of the 3 days, pick your favorite. We will have pre-registration open just like last year, so that'll hopefully help us get ready for the crowds. And
It did. It helped out a lot.
We also, the Oklahoma City Gun Club, just saying that about having it on Friday, if they wanted to come and shoot Friday, but they wanted to come down and kind of enjoy central Oklahoma and maybe go hit Bricktown or go to, whatever central Oklahoma has to offer. We have camping at Oklahoma City Gun Club. Now we have, I don't know exactly how many spots we have with electric and, but we have plenty of tent camping also
with RV hookups and stuff. So you can if you're thinking about that, you can contact Brad or Rob,
or us,
and we can find out if there's spots available. And so that just frees it up. But we are in central Oklahoma. We're just right, what would you say, like 5 miles east of I-35.
Yeah.
There in Edmond, and so you're located, the hotels are within 10 miles. Either way, you can go to Guthrie, you can go to Edmond. If you want to go down to Oklahoma City, you can, but there's just so much, food, everything is just right here centrally. You're not way out in the boonies, so it's a place to come. There's RV parks that are just about 7 miles north of there, so there's lots of opportunity to come and make it a weekend for sure.
It's a good central location. You've got good food right there by you. It's just off the highway. Now, it's just off the highway. You probably don't want to speed going into there. It is a little bit of a speed trap.
Arcadia, Oklahoma.
Don't go 5 to 10 over. You don't want to go 1 to 2 over through there. But it's a safety thing. But it doesn't take long to get from the highway. So I'm going to tell everybody, don't be in a hurry if you can help from it. Like I say, if you're running behind, just give us a call. We'll put you with a group and let them know you're going to be 5-10 minutes late.
Yeah.
Not the end of the world. Life does happen. So.
And we're still doing it in the main clubhouse there where you can eat and then have the award ceremony. So if you guys didn't come last year, we have a big facility that house people to come in and be comfortable. So you're not going to be standing around by your car or under an umbrella in 100-degree heat waiting a couple hours to figure out who won. You have air conditioning, and you can hang out. And like Neil said, there will be vendors and we'll have raffles and all kinds of things going on.
Yeah, we'll try to this year maybe try to put a Sims course out and some other things like that, so we have more entertainment. Last year was our first year, so we were just kind of feeling things out and stuff. And
it got kind of hectic there at the end, didn't it?
It did. But we had such a good turnout, and we hope to really break those records again this year.
I was real proud of it.
Yeah.
I got to be honest.
They have taken notice at nationals. We've got a standing bet right now with Scott Parrott, he's the federation director, and the bet is in 2026. If we break 300, he is going to be at our state championship.
Oh yeah.
Oh, all right.
That'll be something that's fun. Now, if we don't break 300, I've got to go to Georgia's state championship.
But
So
remember that pre-registration is extremely important because that'll help us a lot.
helps us space the targets out so we can give y'all a little bit of cushion in between lanes. Helps us peer group a little bit early so we can be sure to try to pair you with competitors that are in your class. We want we want all our K40 guys together. We want all our K50 guys together, so on and so forth, just to give you a chance to, in real time, compete with the same people that you've been, competing against all year.
Yeah,
So
yeah, definitely.
I know my group on the K45 stake had Easton Gregg had just won Texas the week before. We had the Kansas state champion Trent Cooper, and our two in Oklahoma, Dustin Leader and I were first and second for shooter of the year. So it was a good group, and none of us ended up winning it. It was Jason Marks that ended up taking the belt buckle home that weekend, stole all our money. And
He
he's
shot
over here-
good yesterday,
he shot
too.
really good. He was our Friday shot. Tulsa Indoor Classic Open Class winner. So he took home $200 for winning, and he's back today to, try to pay his truck note and his rent shooting his bow. That is the goal.
Yeah.
Guys, I highly recommend that you guys try the Shot 3D experience. Their targets are so cool. For a good fun time.
It's a whole.
Give them go by and check it out.
Yeah, and it's a whole different experience. If you think it's just like going to a 3D shoot or you're not really sure, go check it out because it's they put all kinds of terrain. Well, here it's indoor, but you've got anything from ibex, water
lion.
buffalo, a zebra. Yeah,
Lion with the mane.
Yeah, it's very cool.
Water buffalo.
Yeah.
So they've got 11 of them here set. They have, I think, 70 or 80 of them that you'll see at a shot event, and then they will also have a dedicated ASA range also. So been telling people it's like plan on coming for the weekend. Plan on
that's what we're
get a
gonna do.
hotel, get a cabin, plan on being out there making friends and hanging out because you don't have to spend all day on the range. I mean, it's not like a endurance challenge. You will be tested physically, but this is more of I call it a lifestyle event. I call it a festival,
Yeah.
You get there, you shoot one before the sun comes up, you go grab breakfast, shoot one in the afternoon, grab a burger, and you can hit 3 or 4 of them in a day if you really, really get to it. Or you can hit one and hang out by the vendors, and they got probably 100 to 200 targets just on the practice range alone. So you can get your marks dialed in anywhere from 15 yards to 80, 90 yards without having to walk up a hill.
Yeah.
So it would take a long time to shoot a couple of arrows at the whole practice range. That's just one of those things. It's like you never been to a big event like this or a big archery festival. It's definitely something to
I just wanted to give them a
out,
shout
for
out
sure.
because we've never shot their targets before, and they're just a lot of fun. They're really we've had a lot of fun today being here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. This is a good event.
It's a lot better weather today. I know 2 nights ago we had some vendors calling in saying, I don't know if I'm gonna make it. And we saw a guy drive up here from C4 Outfitters. He's driving in from Florida. So, if the guy from Florida can make it, I don't know where the local people are at. But some people came a long way to be here, and come hell or high water, they were gonna get here. So
Yeah.
y'all come enjoy the vendors, talk to some people, make some connections. Nobody better than Aaron and Mary that can tell you about what the hunting industry can do for you. I mean, y'all have been involved with high-level companies, competition stuff, down to just regular old hunting gear. I mean, all these companies, you guarantee if you come to a 3D shoot, you're going to get to connect with somebody that knows high-level people at, might be Bee Stinger, might be Primos, it might be somebody out there is able to get you in contact with someone that would either make you a better archer or make you a better hunter. I mean, that's kind of what we're
even the people,
definitely.
and just me personally, but and I've been in it a long time, but even the people that are just watching, they come and they want to see it for the first time. They don't bring their bows, they're just walking the lane, watching it. Somebody's going to ask them how they're doing, and that person is actually trying to stoke up a conversation about archery. And so it's not just about shooting 3D. It's about people that are interested in it.
The same thing.
Don't be scared to come and and just walk the range and see what it's all about.
Yeah, everyone is willing to talk of archery. I don't think I've ever met anybody that didn't want to talk about the archery while they were here at an archery tournament. So I did want to do a shout out and thank you, since you were talking about how we know some high level sponsors and people in the industry and stuff like that. We actually have talked about it earlier in an earlier broadcast, but we have a giveaway, and we want to build up that buckle fund, for like we did last year, earning some money, get more buckles, Shooter of the Year buckles for everyone from kids all the way up to the top class. So we have a giveaway that we're starting, and it's got some sponsors. There's Primos, there's Rack Jack Stands, there's Boning Archery, Gold Tip Arrows, Bee Stinger, Key Southern Spice, and I think that's everybody over there. And Summit Bowstrings. And so all of these companies have been fantastic. They all send in products, and we will be posting pictures of it, and it's on the live feed.
Special thanks to them.
Yeah, so special thanks to all of those companies for sending it to us to help promote archery. But we're selling raffle tickets. It's $5 a ticket, or $20 you get 5 tickets.
6.
What?
Oh, 5 tickets.
Yeah, 5 tickets. And then, so when we're going to give it away is the very first qualifier. It's going to be at Trosper's Archery. And do you know the dates on the
February
very first?
1st and 2nd.
Yep.
Yeah, February 1st and 2nd. So come and get you some raffle tickets, or let us know if you want some. And then on Sunday, we'll be giving it away. And all of that whole prize package is going to go to somebody. And so we want to start earning money for that.
Yep.
It's a lot. You don't realize how much the buckles motivated people to come out this year.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody wants to gun for that belt buckle, but you got some pretty good cash prize money too.
Yeah, the money was good last year.
Say the more people show up, the more is in the pot to take home.
That's right. That's right.
So it's
They were beautiful buckles too.
Shout out to Rowdy Silver out of New Mexico. They do great work for us. I think her name's Stacy out there.
Yeah.
Already trying to go back and forth on designing the new designs. You can't roll the same buckle out, but she's been like, oh yeah, I got a couple of templates for you. I'll send you here, and we'll post some pictures of some mock-ups on the Facebook page, and hopefully get some input on what people want to see for the next one. I want them to be unique enough that you can tell, oh, that was 24, or that was 26, or that was 27. So as we go more and more, we'll kind of see who can come up with the best idea. I'm looking for one with some turquoise in it. Out of New Mexico,
I definitely want that one.
So they can do some pretty cool stuff with the crushed turquoise and putting it in, and overlays and inlays. And I don't know all the terminology, but they look fancy. It's something that we want our winners to be proud of their accomplishments, and we want them to feel like it's something they can say, hey, I showed up and gutted it out all year with the best of the best and came out on top. And everybody's had a good day shooting archery. Everybody's had a bad day shooting archery. But being able to look back and say, hey, I had one. I got over that target and made it out. Or, well, that one couldn't dig myself out of that hole. So it's just kind of it's good to look back and say, yeah, that was something that we had to have a little gut check moment and pulled out the win.
Yeah.
Nothing I've ever experienced personally, but proud of everybody that could pull it off.
Yeah.
The best thing I ever did was I loved shooting a bow my whole life. I've been shooting a bow since I was 13. My brother bought my first bow for me for my birthday. And the best thing I ever did was buy my wife a bow. And that came with my 2 sons wanting to shoot a bow. And it was the best thing I ever did, because as a family, we shoot bows.
Yeah, it really is. It was the best thing we ever did.
Best thing I ever did was buy her a bow.
Tell everybody how it keeps you sharp for hunting season. Like I know it's a foam animal versus a real life animal, but how does competing in target archery or tournament archery, how does that keep you sharp for deer hunting? Because y'all are, October comes, we might not see you for 60, 90 days.
yeah. I tell everybody we're ghosts during hunting season.
Yeah.
It starts with November for a reason. If you want me to come to it, the answer is no.
Yeah. Oh, it absolutely helps with hunting and stuff. You come out and the weekly repetitions, you're going to those tournaments and stuff. When you get out into a tree stand and the deer comes in that you've been looking and watching, you know, and stuff, you just, it's almost like subconscious because you've been doing it all year round to be able to kind of keep that calm of your buck fever and just draw back. And
I'll tell you what it did for me. I was that guy that would pull my bow case out of the attic from the time I was 13 till I guess I was about 30, right? I would pull my bow case out of the attic and pull my bow out, and as long as I could shoot a paper plate, I thought, I'm ready. And then I literally didn't kill my first deer with a bow till I was 24 years old. and it was probably an accident. What 3D archery did was it made me zero in on that hair. When I see a deer, the first thing I do is look for that tuft of hair or that one hair that I'm going to aim at. And I know if I aim hard at that hair, I can hit it. And so 3D archery, you know, we're shooting a 10 ring, which is about the size of a saucer plate, and then we're shooting these little bonus rings. And so when we're zeroing in on that bonus ring, you got a deer that's at, say, 25 yards, and you're just thinking, I'm going to hit him right in that bonus ring. You know, that's what it did for me. It made me a better archer.
yeah, definitely.
It keeps you sharp. It lets you know how your bow is going to react under pressure when you're nerved up or when it's like, well, I don't really like where he's standing or I don't like the footing I'm on. It just gives you another wild card to throw at you. And it's like, okay, this is the opportunity we have. This is what we have to work with in front of us. Now let's just run the process, you know.
When Mary and I got into 3D, we were literally putting our bows up like, man, I wish we had another month of hunting season. I wish we had a little bit more time. And then all of a sudden we found 3D and I realized I can shoot a bow all year long. Mm-hmm. I can do what I love all year long. And then, of course, we found 3D and we realized that there's ranges all over Oklahoma. Like somewhere from where your house is, within 20 miles, there's probably a range near your house. And they're going to have a tournament once a month, or you know they may be open, they may be open 7 days a week,
where you can become a member and go shoot anytime.
Yeah, where you can become. That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
Like I know that Haskell's Place is open for people to come and shoot, and weekdays, and who else?
Trosper, you can be a member.
Oh yeah, Trosper, you can join.
Gun
you can
club,
go out and shoot. The gun club is definitely a place you can join and come and shoot.
Mm-hmm. You can shoot indoor at Okie Land if you're wanting to do some.
And then during the winter, if you're not a hunter but you do like shooting a bow, there's Okie Land, and Okie Land has a great indoor program.
So there's lots of options.
Yeah, lots of options.
Especially if you didn't want a tournament, you didn't want to compete, but you wanted to shoot.
Just want to make sure the bow's dialed in year round. My favorite thing, and this is probably unconventional, but my favorite thing about tournament archery is it lets me keep my broadheads on my hunting bow year round.
Yeah,
and I don't have to go between setting one up for hunting and then go tournament shoot with it. It's like no, when I dust it off, it's pretty much dialed in where it needs to be, and saves a lot of wear and tear on the strings. So say, get that tournament bow out and drag it up and down the mountain for your 20 targets. And when it comes time to October, it's like, well, them strings might not be new, but they look new.
Yeah, I mean that is true. You definitely just get you 2 bows. One for tournament and one for hunting.
Let's say 2 to start.
Yeah, 2 to start.
Let's be clear on that though. You can have a hunting bow and shoot 3D with your hunting bow. There are classes. There are bow hunter classes. There's, like in the adult classes, you're going to be. They have bow hunter classes with bow hunter gear. And then they have 3D classes with not 3D classes, but
open tournament.
Yeah, tournament classes with tournament rigs.
Yeah.
And so you're not going to be shooting against some guy who's got a $5,000, tournament rig. You're going to be shooting against the same guys with the same multiple pins. We have a bow it's not called bow novice anymore. What is it called?
Men's bow hunter.
Men's pins 30.
Yeah.
Men's pins 30 class where you can start with your hunting bow, and you're just going to be shooting 30 yards.
It's
I think
known.
it's known.
It is.
And so it's a great class to start. It's where I started. I actually started in the hunter class, and then I moved back to the bow hunter class because I was just struggling so much. And I had a really good year that year, and then I moved up to bow hunter 40 class, and so yeah,
Yeah, so there is a place for everybody.
lots
You're
of
right.
places for people to
Yeah.
come.
So that was something they did pretty recently with the Hunter 45 class, because you see a lot of guys that take a slider sight to the woods. They didn't have anything in the ASA they could shoot, and then we were losing out on people that's like, well, I'd like to come, but I just run one bow year round. Well, we made a class for it. Anytime there's a need there that we see there's somewhere we can, improve our classes or improve our access to people, they're going to do that. They're going to make those changes in real time, and we saw the numbers from the Hunter 45 class last year. It was by far the biggest, deepest class. I mean, we had, whereas most classes of Big Day have 10, 12, you'd have 20 to 25 in the 145 class, and it's like, well, you're going to see people show up if you give them a class to compete in that's theirs, and they're competitive equity there, competitive balance. They're shooting against somebody that's got similar equipment. They're going to have a good time.
Yeah.
And a lot of those guys, you think it's an advantage with the long bars and the lenses. Those 145 guys will put up the same score.
It's a fun class.
Yeah. No, it's
a lot of talent.
Lots of options.
Oh man.
Well, I think we've pretty well covered everything. Might get back on here in a little bit.
Yeah, we're just.
Mary's got to get ready to shoot.
Yeah. Get some warm up shots in. Go hit the novelty shots out behind us here. We're facing one way, and we got archery to the front and archery to the back of us. So we're literally in the middle of it all day. We're just trying to stay out of the way and do everything we can to help promote these events and these organizations that are, bringing bow hunting to more people. I know, and there's a few people out there that don't bow hunt. Trenton Cooper won Kansas's ASA, spanked me all year long every time we were on the line together. And he goes, "Yeah, I just don't hunt.
Yeah.
Not about it."
There's a lot of people that don't hunt
Yeah.
that shoot archery.
Yeah, there really is. Yeah.
It's legal. It's totally legal. It's a lifestyle decision.
It is, and I hope everybody tries it because it's a lot of fun at all different levels. So that's what we're here for, right?
Yep.
I would like to use it to become a better bow hunter. I don't know if it's worked for me or not, but that's always been my goal.
I'd say, considering you shot 2 big bucks this year.
Yeah, you had a good year this
Did
year.
better than Mary and I. We didn't shoot anything. Of course, we're passing them right now, rebuilding our little area. But
yeah,
you got to take a lot of does.
Yeah,
a lot of does. You got to pass a lot of 3 and 4 year old deer if you want to shoot 5 and 6 year old deer.
Yeah. Well, we did this year. We passed a bunch of 3 and 4 year olds.
Yeah.
And then we were going to shoot some does, but then I actually was going to have my brother and his family go in and shoot a bunch of does during the doe season, and that didn't work out. So,
Yeah.
I did the same thing. I tried to invite as many friends as I can to come shoot does off my place, and took a guy from Louisiana coming up during rifle season to get one. It's like, I wanted to take 10 to 15 does off the place. I think we shot 3.
Yeah.
It's like, I guess I'll feed them corn all winter and they'll hang around.
Yeah.
I actually was
Save it for
watching
next
my
year.
numbers, and I didn't have a lot of does. We had a lot of young bucks and stuff. And then in the last month or so, they've literally, I guess they're just moved into that area over there, and we've had
Surrounding maybe are not
we're
feeding
definitely
anymore.
going to have to take some does out.
Yeah. They've got a pretty good crowd coming in. It looks like there's been more people coming in, warming up, and
Oh,
stuff.
yeah,
I think
no,
they're
it's
going to
been-
have, definitely be running lines till 6 o'clock. It's going to be a lot of fun
And
to
it's
see
not,
this.
it's not, there's a lot of people coming in and out, but the way they've got it figured out with running the lines and stuff, it's really been pretty casual as far as being relaxed on the line and stuff,
Yeah.
which I liked.
Yeah, it really has, or warming up. There's not, it's run real smoothly. You're not packed in here by any means. It's great layout.
It's something that they had a show planned on top, and the guy you're seeing on your screen there, half of him, Brent Salt, called me a year ago and said, I got a big empty room and I need some 3D archery done in it. It's like, well, we'll see what we can do, little constrictions based on length and size and distance, but if it's a fun shoot, we can make it happen. And shout out again to the guys from SHOT for saying, yeah, they got 80 of these targets. They just brought some of the big ones because they look good on camera. They're out there breaking their backs for the guy with the cameras and the podcast. It's like, don't bring no little ones. I want them big old huge heavy ones.
What I like about it too is that they're not the ASA targets that we normally shoot. They have ASA scoring on them, but they're more realistic, colored and stuff like that. So it is a challenging shoot.
Yeah.
But
yeah, it really is, and it's completely different. It's fun to see these different animals and stuff.
But the way they've got it laid out with the way the line is moving, it's been very smooth. They're doing the scoring and stuff like that. So we've really enjoyed ourselves today.
Just got to beat the weather. That's the only thing. And I'd rather beat the weather indoors than beat the weather outdoors. But
but we drove up from Guthrie and the roads. That was this morning, and the roads were dry.
Yeah,
so by today they're still dry. They're very drivable. So you guys come on out and check it out. There's still plenty of time.
All right, let's go get warmed up.
Yep, I'm gonna go warm up and shoot.
Thank y'all for sitting down with us. We
Of
appreciate
course.
everything you do.
Thank you, Neil.
Thank you.
How y'all doing? We're checking in. We're about to start the next line. Wanted to get a couple listeners on here. We got Kelty. Tell everybody where you're from and what drove you down to Oklahoma in the middle of a snowstorm.
I came all the way down from Kansas City. I drove all the way down here because this is my favorite event.
There you go.
My favorite event.
You heard about the shot guys from the last couple
yeah.
years?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Which have you been to one of their outdoor events before?
Mulberry Mountain.
Okay, over in Arkansas, right?
Yep.
Yes, sir. That was their season finale last year.
Yes, it was.
You 3 day, 2 day?
No, we went down 1 day.
Okay, there you go. That's about all I'm built for too. I was so beat after one. It's like, are you gonna come do it all over again tomorrow? It's like, yeah, once I recover in a couple weeks.
We didn't know about it, so we were thinking, oh, it's just 1 day. We'll see how long we need down there. The left couldn't hold our arms up. Gotta make our money.
So, are you more of a bow hunter, or you do a little tournament archery as well?
I'm trying to start tournament archery this year.
Okay. What's that? Tell everybody out there what that's kind of been like for you, getting from everybody shoots in their backyard, everybody hunts deer in the fall. What's the biggest challenge for getting into tournament archery?
I'd say the biggest challenge is just go and shoot it. Go and do it. So it started out like I wanted to get better. Then I started shooting local 3D, and then I jumped into an indoor 3D league locally. And then you want to shoot more, so then I shoot some of these local fun shoots. And then you jump on the shot, and then ASA is, the Major League Archery League. I mean, come on now. Outside of Vegas, everyone's an ASA guy.
Yeah, you get a lot of division between the indoor paper shooters and the outdoor 3D shooters. There's guys out there that can do both. Me, I don't do either of them very well, but
neither do I.
I have fun doing it. What's your local shop or your local range up in Kansas?
I would say that would be I'd go down to Harrisonville, Diction Archery.
Okay.
I would say that's kind of where I go do a lot of leagues out of there. I also do Tri-County. Okay. They do a lot of field archery for Kansas and stuff like that.
Have you shot much field before, or is that kind of
never? I've never shot. They have it there. I've never shot it.
It's hard to get into. I shoot every one of them with Chris Simmons, just so he tells me left target, right target, top, bottom, left, right. Which one? I'm like, you just tell me which one. I'm relying on you to tell me.
I'm not gonna lie, my heart's in 3D. I love seeing the animals in the foam.
It's every chance on a new lane, every fresh start every time. So.
That's right.
Unfortunately, it is only one arrow and you're stuck scoring it, but the good side is it's going to be a fresh look every time. I have fun with 3D, like getting my buddies that, sometimes they're a little quiet. We got Dustin Leader running around here somewhere with the turquoise bow. He is the slowest person to get. Hey, you just kind of give him the elbow, give him a couple one-liners, and about 15 targets in, he'll loosen up on you, and he'll start joking back and forth with. Yeah, sometimes it takes a little bit. Shooting with strangers, they're like, I went all the way to Wabash, Indiana, and shot trail shoot. It's 3D it's long range 3D, so you shoot it with your field bow. They've got orange dots on it, so it's like a Redding style shoot. Mm-hmm. And we got all the way off the mountain after 2 long days. It's 2 arrows a target, 70 targets. 2 of the longest days up both sides of the mountain. And the guy in my group is like, man, Neil, I was kind of worried when he walked up here. I was like, is he going to be this amped up all the time? Because I don't have the nerves for it. And I was like, I'm just happy to be here, dude. I'm excited. This is new for me. You guys have been great. He goes, well, you just kind of carried us along and just kept bebopping and doing your own thing. Didn't land many arrows in the target, but had a good time, made some friends.
Right. Well, isn't that the fun part about archery? Is that we're out, and then there's so many different games we can play with archery. Like this course right here, how awesome is that you have Vegas and your 3D mixed in. So you're sitting around trying to find circles, pick a spot out, and then all of a sudden, bam, you're in Vegas. And you're trying to shoot this paper target, which everybody dreads, or just some people dread. I dread.
I dread it. I dread drawing my bow back just because I know it's all on me after that. The bow's going to do its job just fine. It's a machine. It's the loose nut behind the wheel that usually is what leads me. They call me Nickel Neil for a reason.
Well, you should pick up a stick bow then.
Yeah.
You should pick it that way. When you miss, you're like, well, yeah, see, it's the stick bow.
That's when you say. That's why they sell arrows by the dozen.
That's right. That's exactly right.
Y'all have a fantastic ASA up there. Brad Bollinger has taken over Kansas ASA the last couple years, and the schedule gets bigger and bigger every time we see it. So he's doing a whole bunch of work. So all you Kansas people, I know Josh Van Hollen's probably tuned in out there. He's my buddy up around up around Kansas City area, it's like, man, you got stuff. Kansas is hard to drive across. I mean, you got a lot of surface area.
I'm in Kansas, but I'm Missouri home raised.
Okay, there you go. Better trees for deer hunting.
Yes.
Maybe not as big a deer, but better trees to shoot them out of.
Oh yeah. Well, in the cool part of Kansas, like Oklahoma, it's got more species.
Yeah.
Missouri, we're kind of deer and turkey.
Mm-hmm. So now that we're talking turkey hunting,
oh yeah,
how was the hunting season for you?
Amazing.
Yeah.
I had a great year, and as a bow guy, you're gonna love this. So we go out, bam, we hammer a spring turkey, old gobbler with a bow.
Mm-hmm.
We turn around, go in the fall, hammer a doe, hammer another turkey, go out during Missouri rifle season, bow, hammer a buck.
There you go. It's always good to tag a buck during rifle season with your bow. That's my favorite thing. I always forget to wear my orange. I hate to do it. Shout out to my buddy Dallas Barber that texts me a reminder every time I post a picture in rifle season without any orange on. I'm usually hunting about 400 steps off my back porch, but that's just because I'm lazy and don't like to put a lot of effort in.
That's better than me driving 3 hours. Got the orange. Like, all right, where's a Walmart? We got to jump in here and grab one.
Yep, right, walking in with a piece of orange flag and tape wrapped around your hat with a streamer in the wind.
Yeah. Oh crap! There's another youth season. We got to wear that too.
Do you have any kids that shoot?
No, I don't have any children.
There you go. More freedom and money for shooting archery.
Hey. Oh yeah. You don't understand how addicted this is. Of course, I drove all the way down here, and I'm getting married. Unfortunately, they put a shot on my wedding day.
Uh-oh.
I know. So, well, out of that one.
I got married at the Vegas tournament, so we were honeymooning, and it was like, okay, I got to go shoot my round at 9 a.m.
Well, hey, I'm making it out because we're going to South Africa after.
There you go.
For a honeymoon, so I'm going to go try to put an arrow through the kudu.
Okay. You know what outfitter you're going with?
Big Game Africa.
Big Game Africa.
I'm an SEI member.
Okay, there you go. So now you get to go back on your 5, 10, 15-year anniversary.
That's right.
Yes.
Or every year. Hopefully I get drawn for the one they have out over there.
Yep. Well, first time I went over in 2015, it was our friends Miles and Kelly. I think that was their 30th anniversary present to each other. So Kelly'd never killed anything, and she went over there to Africa, first time bow hunting, and absolutely slaughtered half a zoo. I mean, we were over there the same week that the lion Cecil got shot by the dentist. Ooh. And the whole world was freaking out about African safari hunting, and these guys were freaking out because they didn't know if it was going to be legal or not next year. They didn't know if they were going to be even allowed to operate, so they were ready to make some pretty good deals overnight. It's like, hey, I know we sent you the prices last week, but if we can't do this next year, it's going to be a fire sale on everything.
Man, that's I know I hate when they do that, but hey, I'm a crazy one because they showed me a video of a lion attack after they hunt, and
with
I
the
was
tooth mark through the
I was the guy going, I want to get my bow, I want to be like Ed Ashby, I want to get close, and I want to hammer one of them, be like our Tim Wells,
Slockmaster himself.
Get an Oneida maybe and try it.
Hey, those old Oneidas, dude. I shot an indoor tournament a couple years back next to somebody, and 60 arrows in a row. I thought that thing was coming apart. There was rust flying off the strings,
just rattling. Every time.
Oh yeah, and it has some speed on it. Y'all don't realize it. It's like bows. Everybody thinks bows are fast now, but they had some bows zipping.
Oh man.
Well, the one thing we always ask people on the Oklahoma Archery Podcast is, tell us about your gear. What's your setup you're running?
Which one?
Well, any of them.
So, right now the one I'm running here is the PSE Evo X XF. So a couple years older PSE. I'm running a 12-inch podium archer bar with like 9 ounces. Got a hot rods, a back bar, and Mountain View quiver. The sight for today is a Ultra View scope on a Trophy Ridge digital react. Love that sight. That's honestly my favorite because you're going hunting and you can dial that and you can see it. Mm-hmm. And then QAD rest, and then the arrow is the Sanlita arrows. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that on an archery podcast around here.
It don't matter.
Sorry, they make great arrows. I'm sorry, I apologize, but they make great arrows at a great price. And about 500 grains, 100 degree insert, 100 point, AAE max veins. And then when I go hunting, so I guess I did change, I'll take off the front and back bar and run a old Gillingham side counter slide, and our EZV bow sight.
Okay. That's the wedge.
Yeah.
Yeah, the wedge.
The wedge.
I like the wedge.
Have you tried it?
I've looked through one. I haven't got to shoot it at anything past 20, but it was really easy that you were looking through. It's now, if anybody hadn't seen it, it's a circle, and it's got these neon green colored wedges.
You get orange out of
It's got hash marks down there. So instead of covering up what you're seeing, you are looking at it through a wedge to get your high and low. So the further down you go, it comes into a point. Obviously, 40, 50, 60 yards, you're going to have a little bit more precision because it narrows. But at 20 yards, you don't realize, you look through a regular scope or your pins at a deer at 20 yards, all those pins are globbed in there together. It's like, where was your pin when it went off? They were all right behind the shoulder.
Well, see, that's why I switched to it, because I had the I had the digital react. I was losing deer at 20, 30, 15 because I'm terrible and I don't shoot unknown. Terrible at it. But I got that V and I started shooting it off and on. Then I shot a round in a hunter class, just a fun one. Shot 2 up. Okay, I said, okay, so I can hammer with it. Go hunting with it, and every deer, turkey I shot with it, I just went through. I'd shoot, I would watch them run off, fall over dead, and I'd go, how far was I shooting?
33.
You get what I'm saying. Like, it was ranging the animal. I'm sorry, that's my little rant about that. Like, it works magic. It's my favorite. I've tried the others, and there's nothing to it. And when I'm hunting, I want the, beat the crap out of it sight.
Yep, I want the simplest thing out there. I've carried a rangefinder that costs between $400 and $600 for the last 10, 15 years. I don't pick it up because when I'm hunting, I've got everything pre-ranged. I know what's 20, what's 25, what's 30, that kind of thing. And a lot of people, there's been deer that I've said, okay, I ranged him at 28. He took 3 steps. Okay, he's probably around 30. Go ahead and send it. But I was too busy clicking a rangefinder on him to get my bow drawn back.
That's why I made the switch, that EZV. I made that switch. I don't have that issue. I don't even range them. I just watch. It's like a trad. If you've shot stick bow, you just focus in and shoot, and it's amazing. You just pick up your flight of that arrow. I was actually wondering if it was legal here on the range you guys got today. So I didn't bring it today. I shot the pin sight. For far stuff, it's not great. But for getting inside the bushwhacking Missouri style hunting,
you don't trim much of a lane out there. You just try to get a lane somewhere.
Yeah, you get 30-yard shot max. Yeah.
That's kind of how mine is. Everybody wants to run the fancy slider sights. It's like, I got a 20, 30, 40, and a 50 pin, and I've never used the 50 pin in my entire hunting career. I've shot them at 40, I've shot them at 45, I've shot them here and there. But 9 times out of 10, it's between 18 and 22 yards.
I know, that's why I'm going to try to pick my stick bow back up.
Okay, so you had a little bit of experience with a recurve?
Killed 2 hogs. I guess the only hogs I killed with bow, I've killed with a stick bow. And 2 hogs and a deer with it. And I was really into it. It's kind of hard to have fun in the off season with the stick bow because there's not a lot of people. There's not a lot of these fun events to go with.
It's tricky.
Jobs took over. Switch back, switch back to a compound. I love them both. There's something about the stick bow.
Little easier to pick up the compound after a month and it feels familiar. That stick bow, you really got to put the time in and day out.
Yeah, you can string walk and get pretty good, but there is something about just stick bow.
We've seen them out there at TAC before. Had some guys come in with a stick bow and they were in full elk gear. Head to toe, stick bows, shoot, and they'd jog down the hill and jog up it, and we just kind of let them shoot through. It's like, hey, there's 6 or 8 of us and 2 of y'all, and they didn't even spend any time looking for their arrows. If it went over the back and they heard it crash or anything like that, they were pretty much done looking for that one. But 24 arrows on your back, stick bow, and your best hiking boots, you can have a good day.
That's right. You gotta be like Joel Turner and be able to shoot out there.
Yeah, dude, Joel is a high level competitor. Have you ever listened to his class that he's talked about?
I have not. I have his release. I've listened to him talk a lot. I've not done his class yet.
That's what we didn't say. What kind of release did you shoot?
Stand thumb.
Got the clicker in it?
No.
No clicker.
The clicker freaks me out.
Okay. It can happen with a hinge too.
I actually have owned all stand releases.
Okay.
And I've tried them all, and I keep going back to the thumb, and that little click makes me jump and freak out. Like I just want the bow to go. I don't know. That's why I need to go take his class and get better at it.
I never could get to the click. I'd get to the click and just hammer right through it, pull it out the back
Well, that's
end.
the best I shoot with it. It's just hammered out the back end with it.
Yep. I mean, it doesn't matter if you punch. It's if you punch and do the collapse. If you just punch straight back every time and you're following through, you know your eyes are going to stay where you're going. It's the double clutch. Hey, there it goes. It's right there. I want it to go right now, and then you stop yourself.
Try the race way.
Yeah. The only thing stopping you from executing good, whether you're a command shooter or a surprise shooter, is your amount of confidence. Like if it's right there and you see it and you know it's going to hit behind the pin. Lawson Vet, one of the best shooters to come out of Oklahoma, a young guy, he said, if I can see it and my pin's in it, I might as well shoot it. I was like, well, I take it from him. He's a high-level competitor. He just had shot like a 900 to 81X at the Rushmore Rumble. He's made the shoot-off at Vegas last year and executing at a very, very high level. And he's like, well, if your pin's in it and you can see it and it's sitting there, ain't no reason not to shoot that arrow just because you want to be surprised. Go ahead and touch it off.
Just like John Daly, grip it and rip it. Don't worry about it.
I don't remember who it was out here said they were the John Daly, but I think it was Tyler Watkins said, I'm the John Daly of archery, sitting there with a cigarette in his lip at full draw. It's like, yep.
I wish I could say that, but that would be a disservice because I'm not that good.
A lot of golfers out here. A lot of people taking time off archery to go golf. Not in the wintertime, though. Usually it's indoor season.
I had to make a sacrifice. I can't afford both those hobbies. Can't shoot target archery and...
It gets up there. It gets up there. But what would you tell anybody that hasn't tried target archery? I mean, I know you said you're kind of new at it, but have you met some people that have made it easier?
Yeah. In fact, I actually know the pro from Missouri, senior, Chris Berry.
Okay.
That won the ASA. I believe he won the ASA senior division last year. I'm
okay.
Not for sure on that. I would say just go to it. I understand that circle's not where you think it should be. Practice hitting the circle. Coming from my buddies who don't go out and shoot these types of things, and they they'll go in their backyard or whatever, and they think they're good. You get out to these targets, and they really challenge you, and they make you think. They test your equipment to the T. So I have had less failures in the field with my equipment because I shoot hunter class. It's the same bow. I know I switched a couple things around, but for the most part, you learn your equipment. You learn how to do a shoot process. You learn how to pick a spot, and all those still equate out to a hunting shot. Yeah, I understand we might switch to release, but that's all the same. So just on this 3D target, I'm going to pick out where that 12 ring is. I'm going to hit it. Well, when I'm deer hunting, I'm going to pick out where I want to hit the deer. I'm going to hit that. And if I can hit that point I pick out, it's great, except for if I pick a spot on this 3D target, and it's going to really tell me if I hit the spot I was wanting to hit.
Yeah.
Where when there's nothing there, I can lie to myself a bit. Oh, I'm pretty sure that was the spot I was trying to hit.
Yeah.
So that's what I would just say. Get out, do it. You can have fun with it. And that's the thing about the Shot 3D they're going on here. You don't have to go to a high-level ASA, cutthroat. You can go there, have fun. And I would even argue, if you really want to get better, go do an indoor Vegas round.
Yeah.
And you think you can control your trigger and your heart rate as a hunter? Go shoot a Vegas round. I'm telling you, it will show you real quick.
It's all good till they say first in for score. First in for score. The bow gets heavy. I'm not sure when my hinge is going to go off. I don't know what happened when the bow broke. It's like, yeah, you gotta execute under pressure and kind of let the muscle memory take over.
I feel good 3 ends in, and then you throw an arrow. Crap.
Man, you get through 3. Mine's first or second arrow.
Then you throw an arrow, and it's like, oh, great, we just lost.
It's all about the nerves. It's not so much about competing against other people. It's about competing against yourself. Like, you know what you can do. You know what you're capable of. It's just to go out there and see if you can execute on command. And if you beat your buddies, go ahead and talk a little smack.
Yeah.
I mean, let them know about it. I'm taking your money home. I'm taking your $20 home. You might win it back next weekend. You might not.
Yeah, I would say just get out. And I know you're scared. I know you get your hunting sites intimidating. you get in with the wrong arch, which I have not had very much of. These competitors, they all want to come out, have fun. You're gonna get so much better just getting out and shooting, and it's gonna drive you to be a better hunter. Because everything's always that hunter's and that North Star inside of what I'm gonna do, and like this competition tournament archery just makes hunting execution so much better.
I think a good thing to point out is once you know some people that you're competing with, if you go out there and you've got something maybe rattling on your bow, or you've got something that you're picking up a bad habit, they're going to help you. They're going to help you before the round. They're going to help you during the round. They're going to help you after the round. Like, they don't want to beat you because you had a serving separation or lost a vein on your arrow or something simple. They're like, hey, check that arrow. That's the third time that's been left. Maybe rotate that knock. Or they're gonna pick stuff up that's like, I know you thought it was good, but you dropped your arm at the end. Like, you let me know why I shot low or I shot high, and they're like, hey, you just pushed it out the top. So they're always looking for things not only on your bow but on your form that's like, hey, I didn't even know I was doing that. Or like, yeah, your front shoulder kind of collapsed up on you here, or didn't put a strong shot on it. And they're fantastic about, like, I know I talked about Dustin Leader. We about tore my bow apart mid-round at one of the qualifiers last year because I had something just kicking them left all of a sudden. I think it was probably a little bit of grip torque on my end, just kind of put my hand in the bow the wrong way.
Loosen up behind the buttstock.
Yeah, it happens to the best of us, and more to me than anybody else that I've ever seen out there. But it's okay, It's not like they're gonna, nobody gets to win archery and quit their day job, and they're not gonna name a street after you or hold a parade on Monday because you shot so good. It's like we're all going to work on Monday.
Yeah, we are. What's the old expression? And I don't mean this derogatory. I call it an amateur sport. We all have what we pay the bills with, and then this is a passion project. I can tell everybody here is passionate about archery. I'm passionate about it. It's like, it's almost like a gosh dang, why am I Ted Nugent? It's almost like I love when I hear Ted Nugent talk about hunting and the way he shoots, and I'm like, oh my gosh, that's how I think everyone else is here. Like I said, I'm not anti-rifle. It's just everything is a challenge. Like, can I kill this with my bow? I'm flying halfway across the world, and I never ever once asked what the rifle rental was.
Yeah.
Because that's not what I want to do, and I think that's what we all do it for. And this.
Talking about the amateurs real quick, is there any pros that you might look up to as like a mentor or somebody, a pro out there that's kind of helped you early on in the target archery side of things? So,
Dudley's always, I guess I've seen an older pro, so I guess not current. I, of course, always grew up watching, man, I'm terrible at remembering names here. But obviously I've watched a lot of like Elk Shape, which gets into Joel Turner, Bodie. Obviously he's not helping out, but I listen to his stuff. Oh, Levi Morgan. Why did I say? Of course, Levi Morgan.
Yep.
Oh, and my favorite, the old hammer himself, Tim Gillingham.
Yep.
I think he's helped. So, like, Dudley was a lot of the good form, and then Tim Gillingham on equipment is just, well, you listen, he's tried everything. I'm pretty sure if you asked him, he's probably tried it.
Yeah.
He's bolted everything to his bow, built everything. And so I love listening to him. And then, of course, I find his rants funny. I don't know if I might be the only one that loves listening, go on a little rant about this or that.
I like it as well. Greg Thompson agrees with us. Tim is easy to listen to because he's tried it, he's put his hands on it, he's diagnosed it, and he's probably had something either fabricated or designed to do exactly what he was trying to tinker with because he's chasing the theory, and he's like, well, the theory works because of this, and if I can do X, Y, and Z, I'll be able to test it. So a lot of these people, the pros in archery are the most approachable professionals at it. Like, you go talk to an NBA player, be like, hey, how do I get better at basketball? He goes, well, if you were 18 inches taller and an athlete, I could start.
Right.
But archery is the complete opposite of that. You could be left-handed shooting on the wrong side of the bow, and he's gonna be like, well, if you ever want to go right-handed, I think you're right eye dominant. But if you're just keep shooting left-handed, let's do this.
And sorry, I got to mention one more on that. I forgot Paige Pierce.
Paige Pierce.
Obviously. I think I hit every major one there.
Yep.
And there's more probably, but you're right. The number one thing I learned when I drove into target archery, listen to people, getting a bow that fits getting the basic equipment set up, and then shoot.
Shoot it till it blows up.
Shoot it till it blows up, and I have.
Yeah, you don't need, we keep stressing this on talking about 3D and intro and beginners and stuff like that. You don't need the fanciest thing on the market. You can go buy it. It's not gonna make you better. People want to blame the bow when they have a bad day, but you don't give the bow praise when you win. If your day ever comes and it's you on top of the pile at the end of it, you ought to get some credit for that. Your bow did its job too, but you're the one that executed. So on the bad days, if it gets the credit, well, I guess it gets the blame too. Right. So it's a double-edged sword.
Hey, if I could make one, I could do that. You point that, we'll have a bow company right there.
Yep.
We'll make a bow that always hits its target. We'll make a broadhead that kills everything it touches, and we have got it made.
I was gonna say, you can't give them a money-back guarantee. It's bow's not gonna miss when it's the guy holding it.
You mean it wasn't Levi? It was not Matthews that Levi Morgan won everything with?
Yeah, he's pretty. I think he's been with Matthews.
Yeah, I was saying it was the bow that did it, not Levi Morgan.
Yeah, well, I don't know, Levi, dude.
I'm pretty sure I could hand him a stick bow and he'd outshoot us.
Yeah, he's got that ability to judge yardage out there at a high level. He's like, yeah, it's 48, but it might be 48 and a quarter. It's like, what? How do you mean 48 and a quarter? I was gonna shoot it for half a football field. He goes, well, you're gonna shoot out the top because it's only 47 and 3/4.
Or you could say with all the pros, they just have such an uncanny bow turner. You could say I can hand him probably any bow, and he just circles around us.
Past 2 years, he's been between Hoyt, PSE, Matthews, and then back to Hoyt at the Rumble. So
isn't that the cool thing about him? Cool thing? No, but I will say there is something I don't know. I've shot PSE. I love it. I don't know why I pick up PSE and everything kind of goes. So
if it fits,
it shoots.
If it fits, it shoots. That's the biggest thing you can tell people. It's like archers we all love our brands. We're all brand loyal, and we all think this one's the best, it tunes the easiest, or it shoots the best. And the next year they come out with something, they're like, hey man, this one right here, like this one, this model, and then the next year, this new thing. It's like every year you believe them. Oh, this is the be-all, end-all.
Now, can I say something to you? I think you ought to get some credit here for you guys to team up with the shot and tack. So, I know you're asking me questions, but I'm a nobody. You're the person running this show here, so I want to give you credit here on this one. As coming from it, that was so smart because ASA. I felt like it was like the pros, but it was very disconnected from trying to get the average person shooting. Yeah. And then you so smart to get teamed up with shot. I'm going to talk mostly about that because now it's like I was saying to him, it's like I'm going to try an ASA because yours is the best, or that one because I can go shoot ASA, get that competition stuff, and then okay, now let's go have some fun.
Yeah, let's go blow off steam at 70 yards.
And I just felt like that cross pollination was just so. It was such a. I was thinking, I'm like, why does nobody ever do that? And I was like, because I think that the people just don't know. I know some really good shooters that don't shoot any competition ASA because they're kind of like, I don't know, or I don't want to drive 3 hours to this one ASA with all these rules that I'm not super familiar with. So I just want to I had to say it. I had to commend you and pat you on the back, man. I know you don't know me from Adam here.
No, it's all good. They had a great turnout with the shot and the odd vein out guys last year, and we ran out of weekends where they were, they're going to be a state over or 2 states over, and it's like, well, we want to come to as much ASA as we can, but we still got to do our own events. And traditionally, there hasn't been any commingling of ASA mixed with another scoring organization. And we went to our national directors meeting, and I'll drop some big names.
Hurry up, I'm going to get called the line here.
I'll say we'll go do it. But Josh Grinder in the national meeting said, find people that are champions of archery and get behind them.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Hey, have a good round.
Thank you.
We're gonna flip the camera around and show you guys something besides my ugly face.